our local chapter of the Commonwealth Association for being at the forefront in, in organizing an event of this kind. They are following through on their resolution to host this event to coincide with Human Rights Month, and it also takes place few days after International Women's Day, which was on Saturday, the 8th of March. Honorable Vice President, maybe it is important that we mention or we state that we are the most active branch of the CPA, and we ensure that we implement all the resolutions after going to all conferences of the CPA. This is part of the resolutions of the CPA, and if you can go around South Africa, I don't think you will see this, Honorable Vice President. So you must be proud of your province for ensuring that whenever we go to these conferences, whatever that we come back with, we do implement it to our people. This is inspired by the resolutions of CPA conference, which was held in Ghana. That Commonwealth charter should apply all Commonwealth citizens, irrespective of race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, and or political views. The conference also resolved that parliaments must actively work towards promoting the human rights of all. At the risk of preempting our guest speakers, let me mention that a fairly recent study, which funded by the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, UN Women, the European Union delegation to the UN, the Ford Foundation, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and the Human Science Research Council found that at least 33.1% of women between the ages of 18 to 35 had experienced violence in their lifetime. That's a huge number, honorable members and our esteemed guests, as this translates to more than 7.3 million women who go through abuse, and we should all agree that this spells a crisis in our society at large. Very often, it is women who had discussions about GBV and femicide. And yet they are the vulnerable group, and men are the most likely perpetrators of the violence. I think that is a reality that we must talk about. Because the society is yet to meaningfully transform, and gender equality is still sought after goal. Men also hold positions of power in most structures of society and are heavy influencers of decision makers. But we must also applaud our sitting speaker, Honorable Sauls August, who has ensured that she transforms the legislature. As we speak now, we have a female speaker. We also have a female secretary at the legislature. We have a total vacancies of 4 executive managers, and 3 of those executive managers are females. So in this Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, we are indeed led by females, and we are not ashamed to say so, and we are very proud to be in the forefront of advancing for that. Honorable members, it is therefore prudent not to leave out this section of society, but to build partnership in fighting GBV and femicide and running educational campaigns. That is a responsibility that I strongly believe as a man, it should be led by us as men. Because women cannot do it on their own, cannot be leading such a campaign on themselves or on their own. But we must be in the forefront so that they see igalelo esilidlalayo singamadoda aseMzantsi Afrika, particularly our Eastern Cape, in ensuring that bayakhululeka kulama khamandela sibafake kuwo thina singamadoda. Some of the objectives of today's session are as follows. We are to raise awareness and empower men about devastating effects of GBV and femicide on women and children, and the importance of their role in preventing it while promoting a sense of responsibility, unity, and social cohesion. We are also charged with the task to encourage men to hold other men accountable for perpetuating GBV and become agents of change and develop a responsive role in tackling the spread of GBV and femicide. We are also to promote positive masculinity values and behaviors that support gender equality and challenge patriarchal norms to prevent negative outcomes such as involvement in criminal activities. We are also charged with the task to improve psychosocial outcomes for men to contribute to stronger families and more productive communities. Honorable members and our esteemed guests, I would like to implore you to go back to your communities and participate in structures and forums where we actively build safer communities for women and children. This includes underage girls who fall prey to older men and older rural women who are vulnerable and often become easy targets of perpetrators. We trust that the municipalities and government departments will contribute or will continue playing a pivotal role in coordination of this work at the local level, as we will be assisting as well at the level in which we are. Honorable members, feel free to engage openly in the session and pay attention to the speakers, as we strongly believe that this will assist a great deal to everyone who has attended this parliament. May we all commit ourselves to today's theme, which is don't look away, act against abuse. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Now we are going to move to item number 2, but before I do that, Honorable Speaker, for the past 3 days, we have been all over the media, doing radio interviews, on social media, trying to call upon our people in the Eastern Cape province to come to party and be part of the conversation. I want to invite them on Facebook. It's Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. On Twitter, it's Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, as well as YouTube. We want you to interact with us. We have created a poll on Twitter where you will be able to voice out your views on which most effective ways we can use as men of this province to contribute in ending gender-based violence. We have created that poll. Please go to Twitter and voice out your views. Now, honorable members, I will now formally introduce our guest for today. We have Honorable Dr. Khalila, the chairperson of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, who is also a member of the Zambian Parliament. We have Honorable Les Govender, a deputy chairperson of National Council of Provinces and a patron of the Men's Parliament at a national level. We have Ms. Steve Litsika, the Deputy Minister for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. We have Honorable Marakane Mosupye, the CWP Africa Region representative and is also a speaker of Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Sinaye ubawo advocate Muelo Nonkonyane, a chairperson of Contralesa in the Eastern Cape and member of the National Council of Provinces. We have Professor Kangelani Zuma, a divisional executive of Public Health Societies and belonging from the Human Science Research Council. Remember, when we were engaging with yourselves, we said, Honorable Speaker, we want them to present a research perspective around this issue because we want to get it right this time around. We have Commissioner Bongani Ngomane, Commissioner for Gender Equality and also an acting HOD for Gauteng Department of Social Development. We have Commissioner Asavela Gungubele, Human Rights Commission. We have Professor Mulelo Jasi, National Convener of Men's Forum South Africa. We have Ms. Jacqueline Utamuriza Nzisabira, is HIV/AIDS specialist for UN, Women East and South Africa, and manager of Young Women for Life project. In our midst, honorable members, we have troikas of our district and local municipalities, our metros are represented. We have women caucuses for all our municipalities. They are part of the delegates for this particular day. Now, honorable members, I will therefore move to item, it is item number, it is item number 3, which is the messages of support. I will now call upon Honorable Dr. Kalila, the chairperson of CPA International. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much. I hope that everyone can hear me loudly and clearly.
Yes, we can hear you.
To speak as loud as I can.
Yes, we can hear you, honorable member.
I would like first to sincerely express my gratitude for having been invited to this very important meeting. I must say that it's the very first time, in fact, that I'm hearing of the concept of a men's parliament, because we don't have this kind of concept in our National Assembly in Zambia, and perhaps this is one of the key lessons for me, having been invited to this very important meeting. So, my name is Honorable Dr. Christopher Kalila, a member of parliament in Zambia, but also currently holding the portfolio of chairperson of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, for which South Africa is a very valued and proud member of our association. Secondly, I also want to thank the the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislation for having been vehement among many others African legislatures who supported my candidature in Sydney in November last year. Honorable Speaker and many other members of the CPA, please accept my sincere gratitude and my sincere thanks that it is through your support that today I'm able to speak to you as your CPA. More importantly for me, because I'm only 2 hours away from South Africa, living in Zambia. I also want to acknowledge in particular all the high-ranking officials and luminaries that are in this house, too numerous to mention, at the risk of leaving out some. I'm aware that in our midst we have our Vice President and of course the speakers and the Premier and many others who have been ably highlighted by the moderator as I was listening to you. So, I support this initiative. I encourage this initiative for the following reasons. Number one, as you have all heard, 1 in 3 women experience GBV in their lifetime. And I'm sure you're also aware that the highest rates of gender-based violence and femicides occur in third world countries, and in particular Africa, of which we are one of them. And all this is in spite of all these beautiful pieces of legislation, legal instruments, and various frameworks. In spite of this, we have not seen a significant decline in gender-based violence cases and femicide. It is therefore proper that we as men should be able to gather, as we used to do in the times gone by in our villages. It was not uncommon for men to gather around a pressing issue in the community to look at ways and means of dealing with it, including meting out punishment to those that were errant around an issue. I heard the previous speaker mentioning about the fact that as men, we should be able to hold each other accountable to the way we deal with members of the women folk. Personally, I believe that women are more important than even ourselves men. Why? First, they create life, they raise our children, and it's not uncommon that if any one of us go through a very unfortunate situation of hospitalization, most of those that are usually on the bedside to look after us are our women. I don't need to remind you of the critical role that our women play in the family. In fact, at times I often wonder whether it's true that God created man first. I think he created a woman first. That is how important I consider women. It is therefore surprising today as men that we continue this wanton and endless bad habit of brutalizing our women, including this very sad state of femicide, including honor killings and many other forms of GBV that are directed at our women. I think we have a responsibility, all of us as men, to sit down, as we are doing today, and reflect on how we look at the other gender, how we relate with them, how we deal with them. We are equal partners, and together we are responsible for developing ourselves and developing the communities that we live in, and ultimately developing our countries and also developing the world that we live in. So I want to congratulate the Eastern Cape provincial legislation in taking the lead in translating some of the resolutions that come through our Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. As you are all aware, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association attaches great importance to women affairs, to the extent that we have a network within the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association known as the CWP, Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians, of which I have noted that the chairperson is in this meeting. That is very commendable. Lastly, I want to urge the leadership of the Eastern Cape provincial legislation to take up the concept of men's parliament to our Africa region of the CPA and ensure that in those workshops that we hold on the sideline, that we should also have a men's parliament session at which we, the men in the CPA, should have time to sit down and reflect on GBV and femicide, hold each other accountable, look at ways and means how we could put an end to this scourge of GBV. After all, we have those beautiful pieces of legislation which we have passed in our respective parliaments. I'm aware of that. I'm aware of the fact that we have these regional and continental frameworks around GBV, around gender equality. around representation of our women in positions of leadership, as we have heard from the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. I also urge that we work together to escalate the concept of men's parliament to the Commonwealth Parliamentary Congress, which this year will be held in Barbados. And I look forward to the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislation to taking up this matter. We can work together so that we also have on the sidelines of the CPC a men's parliament at which we shall all sit as men, introspect, look at ourselves, hold ourselves accountable, have honest conversations on how we could deal with this matter. I believe that two are better than one, as you are doing this morning. Congratulations, all of you, and we are truly honored to see that some of the resolutions coming from our meetings today are being actualized on the floor of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. I stand personally ready to help in any way that I could, should need arise. After all, I am next door. And finally, thank you for your vote once again, and I believe that together we can change the world. Together we can change the way we treat our women. Together we will be, as men, the proponents of women's liberation. We can deal with GBV and live in safer communities for our women. I thank you, and I wish all of you very honest and fruitful deliberations, and we'll be keen to look at those resolutions at the end of the summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Indeed, together we can change the world. Together, Honorable Members, we can work towards promoting positive masculinity and find ways to coexist. And thank you very much for that insightful presentation, Honorable Dr. Kalila. Honorable members, allow me therefore to quickly invite Honorable Ms. Musiupe, the representative of the CWP Africa region, to take the podium. She's also going to join us virtually. Over to you, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to acknowledge in our presence, Honorable Speaker, August of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, Honorable Mbonyani, CWP Executive, Dr. Kalila, CPA International Chairperson, Professor Zuma of the Human Sciences Research Council, Reverend Sam from the Men's Forum, Honorable Govender, Deputy Chairperson, National Council of Provinces, Honorable Premier of the Eastern Cape, Mr. Mabuyane, Deputy Minister for Ministry of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Honorable Litsike, United Nations Women's representatives, member of the legislatures, CWP and CPA sub-branches, distinguished guests, participants and delegates, good morning, Sanbonani Dumelang. It is both a privilege and a profound responsibility to stand before you today as the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians Africa Region representative. I extend my deepest gratitude to the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature for hosting this critical men's parliament and for providing space where we can engage meaningfully on the role of men in combating gender-based violence. The theme of this gathering is "Don't look away, act against abuse." It serves as a powerful call to action. Too often, violence and discrimination against women and children persists because of silence, because of inaction and deeply entrenched societal norms. Today, we affirm that silence is no longer an option. Men must take center stage in dismantling the harmful beliefs and practices that fuel GBV. Doing this, obviously, within the ambit of the law. This is not a battle for women alone. It is a human rights imperative that demands collective responsibility. So, honorable members, through initiatives like the Men's Parliament, we are building a movement where men become champions of change, where they educate, they intervene, and they lead by example in their families, in their workplaces, and in their communities. So as the CWP Africa Region representative, I am committed to ensuring that legislative frameworks across our continent prioritize gender equality, protection of victims across the board, and accountability for perpetrators. But laws alone are not enough, as we all know. We must foster a culture where men embrace their role as allies in this struggle, where conversations like today's conversation translate into lasting action. And that responsibility we have as a collective responsibility, which we must all uphold. I want to commend deeply the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature for its leadership in hosting this dialogue and for recognizing that true progress requires the engagement of all sectors of society. I heard when we were being welcomed earlier on by, I think it's the Deputy Speaker, and I stand corrected, he said he is standing on the fact that in our country, your legislature is a leader in this approach. And I want to confirm and commit that I will see to it that Gauteng does the same. So let this gathering not be the end, but the beginning of renewed commitment to ending GBV in all its forms. Together we can create a future where women and children live free from fear, where men take pride in being protectors and advocates for justice, and where our collective efforts leave a lasting legacy of equality and dignity for all. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to address the August House.
Thank you very much, Ms. Musupye. Honorable members, indeed, Honorable Premier, I think these kinds of platforms should not start and end here. These engagements should cascade down to district, local municipalities. What? The conversation need to go on and on and on until we get it right. Now I'm going to call upon Honorable Premier. Ndifuna ke silunge. Because as CWP, in our concept document, we have identified key areas that we need to focus on. And Honorable Premier, with all the good laws and policies we have passed, we are still here today. We live in a country where we are scared even in our homes. We are not safe. What solution do we need over above what we have done? I'm raising this because we are lawmakers. We need to pause, evaluate and review our policies and to check whether they're making any impact in the fight against gender-based violence. So this platform needs to help us understand why we seem not to be winning this battle of gender-based violence. This is not supposed to be a talk show. But we need to come up with resolutions. As the Women's Premier ephuma apha kunye necabinet, aphume edumbi intloko, because their responsibility out of this particular process, we're going to have resolutions. Abane responsibility to go and implement. Now I'm going to call upon Honorable Premier to take the podium and give us the role of the provincial administration in dealing with gender-based violence and organizing men. Over to Honorable Premier. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Honorable Program Director, Honorable Mbonyana. I had to come closer because today I want to break a record. So from where I was seated, people are beginning to give me time. But special greetings goes to the Honorable Speaker and Deputy Speaker, Honorable Ministers who might be virtual, Deputy Ministers, and the MECs. I'm so disappointed that here I don't see MECs, I don't see mayors. I thought these delegations from districts should have been led by mayors if we are serious about this. Honorable members of this august house, I think you feel how it is to be additional members up there in that corner. The NCOP Deputy Chair, Honorable Les Govender, the multilateral institution reps, I was told that United Nations reps, CPA, CPW, Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 institutions of our Constitution, National Convener of Men's Forum, South Africa, Professor Mbulelo Jas, clergy and traditional leaders, civil society at large, delegates to this men's parliament, distinguished guests, fellow men and fellow women who are here and those who are virtual, good morning. This was a very, very difficult protocol to follow. I'm really, really honored, Program Director, to address this men's parliaments today. We gather as fathers, brothers, and sons with a common purpose to build strong families and safe communities. We're here today to celebrate men's positive contributions in society and confront urgent problems that demand our action. Our nation looks to us as men to provide leadership in our homes and communities, to be providers and protectors. We must ask ourselves, are we truly living up to this responsibility? Countless examples of South African men embody the best of fatherhood and community leadership. Imagine a father who works all the day and still cares for his children in the evening. This ordinary hero shows that being a man is not just about earning a living. It is about showing up for your family and community. Men like him form the backbone of a strong families and communities. We honor those men, for they remind us of the powerful, positive role
Recording stopped.
that
Recording in
men can
progress.
play in our society. Yet we cannot ignore, Honorable Program Director, the painful truth that alongside these positive examples, there is a deep crisis in our country. All too often, we wake up to the news of another woman or a girl who has been assaulted or murdered. You yourself, as you were opening, you spoke to the very unfortunate sudden death or departure of our sister Pamela Mabini in Nelson Mandela. I want to take this opportunity to convey our sincere, heartfelt condolences to her family and the community of Nelson Mandela at large. I'm quite happy that police are making it a point that they are attending to the matter effectively to expose every death around that particular issue, including her death. I was talking to the commissioner even yesterday night, the regional district commissioner, for an update. I'm quite happy with the work that they are doing, following it up. It's not only about her, it's about every life that we are losing in Nelson Mandela, particularly life of women and young girls. Think of Uyinene Mkhwetyana, a 19-year-old student who was raped and killed at a post office in 2019. She was one of many such victims of brutal violence against women. Gender-based violence has become horrifyingly commonplace. On average, a woman is killed in South Africa every 3 hours. And in just 3 months last year, over 10,000 women were raped and 808 women were murdered in our country. This gives South Africa a femicide rate among the highest in the world, about 5 times the global average. These numbers paint a dire picture of a society at war with itself. It's unfortunate that Eastern Cape is also counted there. We have been counted as a capital of the femicide, gender-based violence, and femicide. Men in Eastern Cape are killing women. Men in Eastern Cape are actually destroying women's lives in numbers. And that is very worrying. We're here today to say no to that. That must come to an end. Every man involved into that man must know that is wrong, and that man must actually refrain from doing that. We must acknowledge an uncomfortable truth. This violence is overwhelmingly committed by men. It is men who must take responsibility to stop it. We cannot stand by in silence or look the other way. None of us should ignore the abuse of women or laugh at the cruel jokes about women. Silence makes us complicit, and that must end today. And no tradition or belief can or ever excuse such violence. One of the most disturbing aspects of gender-based violence is the abuse of young girls. In 2020, more than 2,600 girls aged 10 to 14 gave birth in South Africa. These are children, which means they were victims of rape. We must end the predatory practice of older men exploiting girls and stealing their childhood. Every father, every uncle, every brother must commit to protecting the young and vulnerable. Our children should grow up in a country where they are safe from abuse and able to pursue their dreams. I was thinking, Honorable Speaker, on my way here, that where I started schooling up to Standard 4, we had no ablution blocks. We had no facilities. During break, when we want to relieve ourselves, we're just going out there in an open field, boys and girls. And to us, it was common, it was normal, because that was a normal life that we were used to from our homes and in our schools. And there was nothing. No man, no young boy would even think about looking at a girl in a particular way. There is something horrible going wrong in our society. I think the moral decay that we're seeing out there in our kids, we must take responsibility as parents of today. It's not just about the generation of today, it is about parenting of today. We as parents, we must take that full responsibility moving forward. Our conviction rate on gender-based violence and femicide cases continue to improve. In the current financial year, there were 119 life sentences, 119 life sentences on 77 gender-based violence cases involving 84 accused persons. I urge men not to be another statistics of gender-based violence or femicide convicts. Working with civil society, we are accelerating interventions in line with the National Strategic Plan. In support of these interventions, government has set aside approximately 225 million over a period of 3 years. This is money we should be investing to create jobs in our province, not to fight the gender-based violence. Let's normalize our society, save money for productivity in our society. Fellow South Africans, if men are the main perpetrators of this violence, then the men must be the drivers of the solution. We must redefine manhood. True masculinity is about respect, responsibility, and protecting others, not dominance or intimidation. It takes strength and courage to care for your family and do what is right, not to raise a hand in anger. Change begins with each one of us. We must hold ourselves and each other accountable. Have the courage to speak out when a friend or a family member is abusive. If you witness violence, intervene or report it. Do not turn a blind eye. In our homes, we should model equality and non-violence, resolving conflicts with words, not fists, by breaking the cycle of violence in our own lives. we can change our culture. Fanan nam, we no 10%, uniku 90% umam. We are uyekuxoxa into ezininzi. Uyeka kwa 50-50, awuna ngxaki, ndihlele no 10% wam and akandisokolisi, ndikulaa kona naye. Nika umama apha endlini u-90% and you'll be fine. There will be no problem with that. Just comply and complain later. Men must actively support women's empowerment and be allies in the quest for equality. Treat women as equal partners at home and at work and value their voices. Support survivors of abuse, believe them, and help them to get justice. Each of us can do something, no matter how small, to create an environment where it is normal for men to stand against violence and sexism. On the International Women's Day, Honorable Speaker, through your program director, we launched a program where we said each and every individual who can afford, just in the school nearby where you reside, make sure that you donate dignitary towels. We heard horrible stories of our young girls. Some are missing school days, some cannot write exams because of the challenge of nature. We said government must look at this issue of making condoms free. Rather, we make dignitary towels free. Condom is a choice. You drive yourself into the usage of condom. If you can control yourself better, you might as well not need to go to that extent. But women cannot avoid to go on that natural course. So it's important that we look at those policies and begin to address the fundamentals. Ending gender-based violence is not just a moral issue. It is critical for our country's development and well-being. We cannot build a thriving nation while women live in fear. Studies estimate that gender-based violence costs our economy billions of rands. We cannot achieve the vision of the National Development Plan 2030 if half of our people are oppressed by violence. A country where women and the children are safe is a country that can truly prosper. Honorable members and the fellow men and women that are here, every one of us has a role to play in ending this scourge. I stand before you today to challenge each of us. Let us as men be the change we want to see. As President Nelson Mandela once said, and I quote, "Freedom cannot be achieved unless women have been emancipated from all forms of oppression." Our freedom as a nation is tied to the freedom of women and girls to live without fear. Let us pledge here and now to turn our words into deeds. Starting today, each of us must commit to non-violence, never resort to violence against a woman or a child. If you witness someone abusing a woman, do not remain silent, as I said. Speak out or report it. Respect all women as equals. Treat women as equals. Contribute your share of household responsibilities and childcare, and support the women in your life. Support survivors. If someone confides in you about their abuse, believe her and assist her in finding safety and justice. Never blame the victim. The shame lies with the abuser. Mentor the next generation. Educate boys to respect women, reject violence, and engage in discussion about consent with them having this empathy. By taking these actions, we will begin to transform our homes, neighborhoods, and nation. To the women and children of South Africa, we say, we will stand with you and for you. To the men who abuse, we say, no more. Your actions are not manly, and they will not be tolerated. Let this men's parliament be a turning point. Let it be remembered as a talk shop, not as a talk shop, but as a spark that ignites a movement of men determined to end gender-based violence. You were told that we are indeed legendary on this. We are indeed from Home of Legends. It's not happening anywhere even in SADC, and I was just whispering to Honorable Speaker that Ora Tambo must wake up and go back to Lusaka and continue with the work that he was doing there. There's a lot of work that still needs to be finished. We can build South Africa, colleagues, where our daughters and sons walk freely without fear, where every home is a heaven of peace, as it used to be. Every home here used to be a heaven of peace. Even during difficult time of apartheid, you know that when you are home, you are in a very safe place, not what we are seeing today, men doing to young kids, women, and young girls in general. That is the South Africa we dream of, and it is within our reach. We must make this dream a reality. Let us be the generation that says no more and lives up to it in the spirit of Ubuntu. Remember, when we protect and uplift others, we all rise. The time for change is now. Together as men, let us build, together as men and women, let us build a South Africa that is safe and equal for everyone. I'm adding women simply because some women are involved in terrorizing other people. Other women are terrorizing men. Other women are terrorizing other families. All the funny stories that we hear. So we are calling everybody to rise and take that responsibility serious. Thank you very much. I think the women's anthem sums it up nicely for all of us. We are here for prosperity. We're here for development. We're here for equality. We're here for peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. Yeah, you know, honorable members, I come from a school where I was a branch secretary at some point, and the chief whip, ngumgwenya pha phezulu. You used to say to us, Honorable Benjamin, you cannot come into a meeting without a pen and a paper. With all what have been said here, I hope that our honorable delegates have noted some of the things that have been said, because we are going to give you an opportunity to engage us. Honorable Speaker was very clear around this issue, that we need to give more time to yourselves to talk to us. Now, I'm going to call upon Professor K. Zuma. You know, Honorable Premier, it is my view that this Parliament needs to help us to understand how to deal with masculinity that is in crisis. How do we coexist with different convictions? Because it is our understanding and our belief that a man conscious will take a lead and lead with conviction. We know that a man ought to carry certain values, principles, and characteristics and lead with intention and consciousness. Now, with this Parliament, we want to reactivate that back to our communities. So, Honorable Professor K. Zuma, he is going to present on a topic on championing change and diagnosis of drivers of gender-based violence amongst men, and understanding challenges and responding to them by driving a positive change in our communities. Remember, we said we want to get a diagnosis as to what led to the backlash. Now, Professor Zuma is going to respond to that particular question. Why the backlash? I'm going to invite honorable members on the podium, Professor K. Zuma, to present the topic that I have just outlined. Can you please give him a round of applause?
Okay.
He's also going to join us virtually. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you, Program Director. Can I just confirm that I'm heard on your side? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Professor.
Thank you, Program Director. Honorable members, the Premier of the Eastern Cape and all protocols observed, it is my pleasure to give to you a presentation as indicated on the diagnosis of the drivers of GBV among men, understanding challenges and responding to them by driving positive change in communities. This is a study that has been implemented by HSRC together with its partners, funded by a number of agencies, our Science, Technology and Innovation, HSRC, European Union, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Ford Foundation, UN Women, and we've conducted this study together with the SAMRC and the University of Cape Town, which is the first ever study to be done that looks at gender-based violence in the country. Just by way of background, we'll talk about background and what are the objectives of the study, and in brief, how the study was designed, and then we'll focus in details about gender-based violence levels in the country, and we'll talk about what drives gender-based violence, what are the drivers of gender-based violence, and we'll talk about some concluding remarks, and then some recommendations of how or what we should do as a country to deal with this scourge of gender-based violence. Now, as Honorable Premier has outlined, we are faced we are confronted by this gender-based violence epidemic in the country, which is a widespread epidemic in South Africa, which disproportionately affects women and young girls. And basically, if you look at it, it is rooted in the system of unequal powers that exist between men and women of our country. We also have another aspect, which is not just generally gender-based violence, but intimate partner violence, which is a form of gender-based violence that is either physical, sexual, and economic abuse, and which manifests itself in a number of ways, and it manifests itself in controlling behaviors that exist, and also harmful gender norms that exist in our country. One of the challenges that we face as a country is that there is no dedicated nationally representative study that looks at the levels of gender-based violence in the country. What we depend on is police statistics, and we know police statistics have got its own challenges in the sense that it's only those people that did go to report that actually are recorded. So a number of people who face these challenges sometimes do not report. So in this study, we present results whereby we did go to the people in communities, invited them to participate in the study, and they responded accordingly. What were the objectives of the study? One of them, we needed to describe the prevalence and patterns of experiences of physical, sexual, emotional, and economic gender-based violence among women of all provinces in South Africa. And also to describe the prevalence, which is the levels, and also the patterns of perpetration of emotional, physical, sexual, and economic gender-based violence among men. So separate those who are perpetrators and those that are the victims. In that study, we also sought to determine the factors that are associated with gender-based victimization, as well as including gender, sexual norms that exist, issues around mental health, including depression and among victim and perpetrators, to measure the responses to experiences of GBV, as well as health and economic impact among GBV, impacts of GBV among those who are victims. So how was this study designed? This is a national survey which covers all corners of South Africa. It was designed using a standard or a method that is used internationally to conduct these studies at household level, whereby we go to the communities, we randomly select communities in the country, and also within these communities, we randomly selected 20 households in each of these more than 1,000 communities that were identified and randomly selected. And in doing this study and ensuring that issues of sensitivities are really protected, in that we separate people who are likely to be the victims and those that are perpetrators. So some areas were identified, about 500 or so of these communities, where we only implemented study among men, so that if they were perpetrators, we only focus on them in that area. And another area, we focus, or we randomly selected women, so that if they were victims, you don't find yourself in a situation whereby within the same household, you interview a perpetrator and a victim, because studies have shown that can cause problems when researchers are not there. So what information did we collect among women and also among men, and also a common information that we collected? Specifically, when we got to a household, we implemented a questionnaire at a household where we asked the household situation, and then we collect information among individuals, getting information about the characteristics of the respondent and their communities, who are they, and also the community where they live, their general health status, their attitude towards gender roles, characteristics of current and most recent partners, and also their experiences of intimate partner violence, as well as non-partner violence related to COVID-19 lockdown. As we've seen that during COVID-19, the levels of violence, of gender-based violence, increased. We then had questions that specifically were asked among women, which were their reproductive health, information regarding children injuries due to violence were also asked. But specifically among men, also we asked their childhood experiences. As we'll see when we go through the results, that childhood experiences are very important in what happens in one's life. We asked men about awareness and perceptions of gender-based violence laws and policies. There are self-administered questions on violence perpetration. So we asked them to complete a questionnaire themselves about violence perpetration, so that they are free to record where they actually were perpetrators. Now, in this study, we got just over 5,000 women that participated, agreed to participate in the study, and we also got just over 4,600 men that participated in the study. So this is quite a lot of information, and this is the data that is, I would say, fit for purpose. We use statistical methods to actually extrapolate, to be able to extrapolate the results to a total of 22 million women and also a total of 20 million men. The study included men and women of all ages, 18 years and above, as well as all race groups, different genders, and also in all provinces. So people were invited to participate when you're 18 years and above, of all races in the country, living in all provinces in our country. So what did we find? What were the experiences of childhood abuse among women and men? So we asked questions about whether people experienced childhood abuse, and we asked this question among all women and men also separately, asking them about the abuse before the age of 15 years. What we found was that actually childhood history of physical abuse, 58% of people responded that they've been physically abused when they were young, when they were younger than 15 years. More than that, these are women who indicated that 4% of them, which translates to about 880,000 women, were actually sexually abused before the age of 15 years. Also, among young men, 76%, 75% of them indicated that they were physically abused, whilst 15.7% of them indicated that they were sexually abused before the age of 15 years. And this translates to about 3 million young boys that were actually abused before the age of 15 years. So we can see that abuse actually starts at very young ages. Now, looking at these numbers, we look at the prevalence among women and men who are aged 18 years and above. We look at violence among all women aged 18 years and above, whether it's lifetime exposure to violence, physical violence, lifetime exposure to sexual violence, as well as lifetime physical and or sexual violence, and we also look at the recent. Just focusing on the recent, we see that among women, 6.1% of them indicated that they have recently experienced physical violence, and this translates to more than 1.3 million women who have recently experienced physical violence. And when we say recent, it's in the last 12 months. Lifetime sexual violence as well as recent sexual violence, 2% of women in the last 12 months indicated that they experienced sexual violence. And that's more than 432,000 women indicating that they've experienced sexual violence in the last 12 months. Now, and this violence actually happens between non-partners as well as those that are intimate partners. I'm going to focus now on intimate partner violence, which is the violence that happens among people who actually know each other. We found that 22.4% of women indicated that they have actually experienced lifetime physical violence from their intimate partner, and 5.2% of them, which translates to 747,000, actually experienced recent physical violence. And when it comes to recent sexual interpartner violence, more than 350,000 women indicated that they've experienced recent sexual interpartner violence, which means this is sexual violence orchestrated by a person that is known to the person that is a victim. Among those that are perpetrators, and as I indicated that men completed this questionnaire themselves as perpetrators, we found that 2.4% of men indicated that they have actually recently violated or physically violated a woman, and which is over 366,000 of men, and 284,000 indicated that this was recent, which is in the last 12 months, and that is at 2.3%. Now, what are the controlling behaviors that are drivers of gender-based violence? So what is it that men indicated that they are actually aware of, and it's related to the drivers of sexual violence? Let's look at controlling behaviors. In this study, we found that 77% of men actually agreed with one or more statements about controlling behaviors. And this was significantly higher among those that were aged 18 to 24 years, 25 to 34, and 35 to 49 years compared to those that are 50 years and above. And this was also higher among African men. Now, and also men who had a partner but not cohabiting than those currently married. So those that are currently married were actually in a way better than those that are cohabiting. What are these controlling behaviors? 11% of them indicated that I like to let her know she isn't the only partner I could have. So that's what men indicated. And 14.8% of men indicated that when a partner wears things to make her look beautiful, I think she may be trying to attract other men. 15.6% indicated that I tell my partner who she can spend time with. And if you look at the higher end of the graph, 32% of men said, I want to know where my partner is at all time. I won't let my partner wear certain clothes. When I want to have sexual contact with my partner, I expect my partner to agree. And that's 44.4% of men indicating these controlling behaviors. Now, what are the gender norms that are related to gender-based violence? We look at percentage that indicated or that ever partnered men, that's men who have ever had a partner, who agreed or strongly agreed with the gender statement about relations between men and women. We found that 8.3% of men indicated that there are times when a woman deserves to be beaten, and that is violence, and that is unfortunate. 10.7% indicated that a woman should tolerate violence in order to keep her family together. And now, if you relate that to the police statistics, we can begin to see why some of the people who are victims of gender-based violence actually do not even go to police stations to report, as the numbers in police statistics are much lower than the findings that we got. 24% indicated that I would be outraged if my wife asked me to use a condom. 29.4% indicated that it's a woman's responsibility to avoid getting pregnant. Now, 66% or 54% of men indicated that to be a man, you need to be tough. Unfortunately, this translates to physical violence in one way or another. 67% of men indicated that a woman's most important role is to take care of her home and cook for her family. So these are the gender norms that still exist in our society. What are the gendered power relations that we looked at? It's percentages of ever partnered men who agreed to or strongly agreed with the gender statement about power relations and abuse between men and women. Some of them indicated that I think that if a man has paid bride for his wife, he owns her. So these are the gender power relations that exist. And some indicated that I think that a man should have the final say in all family matters. I think that a woman should obey her husband. These are some of the gendered power relations that exist. Moving forward, mindful of time, social demographic factors that are associated with lifetime victimization and perpetration of physical violence. So that is, where do we find these challenges in our society? In race groups, we found that it's higher among Black African women, and also by different age, education, employment. In relationship status, we found that these were higher for women living together but not married. So people that were cohabiting, they tend to be more or experience intimate partner violence compared to those that were married. And these were common in urban areas compared to rural areas. What about social behavioral factors that are associated with lifetime victimization and perpetration? Again, some of the drivers, we found that the past relationships, for women, we found that those that have had 2 or more sexual partners in a lifetime compared to men that have had 4 or more sexual partners in a lifetime tended to respond more positive to violence than others. Alcohol use and substance use was also found to be one of the drivers. Poor mental health, that is low scores on current life satisfaction, was attributed to this violence. Childhood trauma, as we've seen earlier on, that a number of young kids, boys and girls, were abused. And we found that those that were abused tended to be more likely to actually be the ones who are perpetrators of violence. Norms, attitudes, and gendered power relations, those that actually are that are more negative on these gendered norms, actually tend to be more violent. That is, those that agree to statement favoring inequitable gendered power relations. Also, the issues of food security seem to have been a contributing factor, and also relationship dynamics. Now, what are men's awareness of perceptions of laws? Because as a country, we've got laws that govern this unfortunate epidemic that we face. 84% of men were aware that there are some laws in South Africa about violence against women. 84% of them were aware that a husband who forces his wife to have sex against her will is committing a criminal offense, and 74% agreed with the perception that they may take it too easy. They make it too easy, that's the laws, for women to bring a violence charge against men. So the laws are there, people are aware about laws, but the challenge is actually implementation and adhering to the laws of the country. In conclusion, honorable members, there are different forms of violence, often start early. affecting pre-adolescent girls and boys, as we have seen, and key factors that are linked to higher inter-partner violence among women. They include the number of lifetime partners, substance abuse, poor mental health, childhood trauma, and equitable gender norms, meaning that actual interventions should start at home, should start at young ages. Victimization and perpetration of violence among adults 50 years and older, and factors influencing IPV, inter-partner violence perpetration by men, include hazardous alcohol consumption, having engaged in transactional sex, poor mental health, childhood trauma as indicated. Childhood trauma, as indicated, plays a pivotal role in both victimization as well as perpetration. Women and men who were cohabiting but not married reported higher prevalence of gender-based violence. So we need to look at this issue of cohabiting. Stable relationships are important in this case. And deeply ingrained gender norms and power dynamics with strong cultural enforcement of traditional gender roles and troubling acceptance of male aggression and dominance are challenges that we need to deal with as a society. Higher rates of physical and sexual inter-partner violence among men residing in urban areas, the areas that we also need to look at, and also that could be related to higher levels of substance abuse in some of those areas. So despite high rates of awareness of existing legislative frameworks and policies, there continues, or high rates of gender-based violence still continue. So we do need to go back to the drawing board and go to the communities, make communities aware about these issues, and also do whatever that we need to do to bring about behavior change. Just some recommendations which we grouped together. We need to implement interventions for addressing psychological, social, behavioral factors. We need to implement early learning and prevention initiative. We need to support our economic empowerment and support need to be implemented. We need to strengthen family interventions. We need to work with local leaders in communities and educate communities about the challenges that the country or that we face as the people of South Africa as far as gender-based violence is concerned. We need to improve support services and coordination. We need to enhance and monitor, enhance the monitoring and assessment of gender-based violence laws to see whether are they still relevant, are they doing what the laws are supposed to be doing to prevent these unfortunate incidences of gender-based violence. There should be a call for a long-term and holistic approaches to curbing gender-based violence that is going back to the drawing board, going back to the communities and at schools, young people, churches, all stakeholders need to get involved in educating people about gender-based violence. We need to change as men. We need to change how we lead our families. We need to change how we do things. We need to be exemplary in our conduct and our behavior so that the young ones could actually learn from us. Honorable members, I want to thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that insightful presentation. I think, honorable members, now we are all aware. Professor has responded to the whys and how, and also provided us with recommendations going forward. Honorable, I will now hand over to Utatu Reverend Kolamzi Sam from Women's Forum, but I need to indicate before I leave this podium that I want to agree, honorable members, with the latter speaker that a crux of these backlashes always stem from these long-standing societal contradictions where it places men on the other side and women on the other. So I'm really looking forward to your engagements around this issue as you enrich the recommendations that he has put across. We are really looking forward. You know, what gives me comfort, Honorable Speaker, is the presence of Otata Belpondo in this particular meeting, because we believe that you are going to give us clear recommendations on how we are going to address the scourge of gender-based violence, working together with yourselves. So thank you very much. We will now hand over to Reverend Kolamzi Sam to take the podium for the second phase of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nyalambisa. I will rise on the protocol that you have said before me. And yet before I start, the name. All right, I had to remove that name that was here before me. Before I start, I have to acknowledge Honorable Nyalambisa, that we would not be here if it was not the able assistance of the e-government sector of the province, led by Mr. Chezili. Also, Honorable Nyalambisa, we have the National General Secretary of SANAC, Utata Usiandesi, who is also in the house. Moving forward, I'm going to call 3 speakers. I'll first start with Commissioner Ngomani from the Commission for Gender Equality to come and give us his presentation. Thank you.
Sanbonan. Naithandi English, Eastern Cape. Special greetings to the Premier, members of legislature, to the Speaker, to Prof. Jasi, and all leaders of SANEC, Men's Forum, and men's sectors who are here. I'm from Gauteng, so I was told that I'm going to Xhosa land. So I've been listening to English. But be it as it may, I will stick to the practice of the House. Chairperson, I am part of a Commission for Gender Equality. I am the commissioner that was seconded from a men's sector in South Africa. So it will not be misleading to say I will not have been a commissioner of gender commission if men's sector and men's parliament and other men's movement around the country were not active. Gender Commission is mandated by the South African Constitution, Chapter 9, which gives it the mandate to ensure that there is gender equality in the country. And many people are asking, why gender equality and not gender equity? South Africa agreed that gender equity is part of the greater whole in ensuring that there is equality, because equity is a means towards the end, but equality is what the society desires. Hence, then we look forward and say ours is to ensure gender equality in the country, but it doesn't mean we overlook issues of equity such as women empowerment, affirming women and girl child, and empowering the boy child, and also supporting interventions from any other sector in the country that seeks to ensure peace and harmony. When we speak about gender, it's also highly misunderstood by many in the country, because many have interpreted gender to mean women and girls. And I think as a CGE or Commission for Gender Equality, our mandate also, it's also to ensure that the state, the government, and the civil society understands that gender talks to all forms of, I will say, sexuality. It talks to male, female, men, women, and even LGBTQI. So in brief, it means men have a right to approach Gender Commission for help, for support, and even for advice, and even to launch grievances that the Commission needs to investigate. Another important thing in respect of the topic of today, it's the interventions, because I'm asked to give a message of support on the interventions within the men's sector. I'm of the view that I was happy to see Prof. Zulu talking about the research that it's being conducted. I think we also need to do an impact study on the interventions from men's sector, men's movement, even men's parliament, and all other initiative that seeks to ensure that men are mobilized against gender-based violence in the country. So that we can say in the past 10 or 15 years, these were the interventions, and are these interventions yielding in any positive results? That then will mean we speak, and we speak from a position of information, because we know enough as a country on the causes and the effects of gender-based violence. But now we need to say, are our interventions really helpful? And we as CGE, we like to collaborate with any institution that is prepared to carry out that research. I'm moving towards conclusion, Chair, noting that you did not tell me how many minutes or hours do I have. So I don't want to break the record of the Honorable Premier here. However, I want to suggest the following, that as a country, we need to change our approach in fighting gender-based violence and in how we mobilize men and boys against gender violence. One, we need to review our educational system and introduce new curriculum studies within our educational system, such as, for an example, peace studies, so that when young boys, young girls are introduced at school, they are introduced to peace studies. They grow up knowing what is peace, what's the value of peace, and how to handle conflict management in a peaceful way. So that when they are faced with challenges of life, with issues of the heart and relationships, their first instincts and response is that of peace. But also, there is something that I call emotional discipline rather than emotional intelligence. Emotional discipline, it's my own creation. I was trying to be a philosopher when I was defining this. Emotional discipline, basically, it means when your emotions are worked up and you are at a stage where you want to give in to them, we are able to have an element of self-control. We are able to see that now you are losing your cool and you quickly come back. That is the discipline we need to have. And that means our society, our men, our boys, we need to train them on that one. Even women and girls too. And that needs to be formal in our schools. And lastly, Chair, I want to suggest that we also look into what I call wisdom studies, so that then our society is deliberate in seeking solutions, better solutions in fighting gender-based violence. We can't be a society that is faced with one problem for more than 10 years, and we spend a lot of money and time, and still the problem is there. It means somewhere we lack strategic thinking that makes us to solve the problem. Hence the issue of wisdom studies. So the professors that are here, the doctors, the intellectuals that are here must assist us. Chairperson, it is our view also as CGE that this men's parliament will deliberate and come to resolutions and guide not only the province of Eastern Cape but the country also on topic and issues such as sodomy, especially sodomy of boys. How do we deal with this? Issues of false rape. There are men today who are languishing in prisons because of false rape claims against them. And you here as a men's parliament need to discuss and advise the society on how to deal with the issues of false rape. And also the issues of death in the initiation schools. Young boys, many young boys are dying in the initiation schools, especially in Eastern Cape. And this men's parliament need to discuss that and come with a possible solution on how do we avoid that going forward. And lastly, we would like to see this men's parliament discussing issues of budget and funding for men's movement. This is one sector in the country that we are of the view that is grossly underfunded. I'm sure if CGE had enough budget, we will fund you, but we are also underfunded. You will not believe that we are only having 90 million for the whole year to service the whole country of more than 50 million. When other Chapter 9 institutions have got more than 500 million. But we soldier on anyway, because you will not impact the society if you are not properly resourced. In conclusion, Chairperson, we are also looking forward to have what we will, to receive an invitation on what will be called Boys' Parliament. Since we have men's parliament, there should be boys' parliament. And we note that on the 16th of May, it's International Day of the Boy Child. Therefore, we will like to see Eastern Cape hosting young boys on the 16th of May and allowing them to have a voice on these issues that you are engaging on here. With that being said, I'd like to thank you for your attention, for the invitation, and for giving me this chance, space, and time to engage with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ngumani. As you are sitting down, allow me to say to you around the issue of English in this province. The Eastern Cape is a country on its own. If you were to go to OR, Tambo District, or Jokabi, you will need an interpreter. And you will understand why we are using English, because we have a country on its own. But also, rest assured, especially when we talk about the Boys' Parliament, we will take it to the resolutions. That's one point that we will make sure that it's going to the resolutions. Thank you very much, Commissioner Ngumani. Can I have now Commissioner Aseza Kungubele from the Human Rights Commission? Thank you.
Program Director, RevSem, Honorable Premier, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, members of Provincial Legislature, members might be joining us online, ministers might be joining us online, deputy ministers, fellow commissioner, CGE, initial guests joining us online, councillors present, mayors present, traditional leaders, civil society structures present, men's parliament, colleagues, guests. Allow me to say all protocol is duly observed. Program Director, as we celebrate the Human Rights Month in South Africa, lies in commemorating the sacrifice and struggle of those who fought for human rights and equality in the country. It serves as a reminder of the importance of upholding and protecting human rights for all individuals. The 30-year celebration of South African Human Rights Commission existence marks a milestone in the country's commitment in promoting and protecting human rights. The Commission has played an essential role in advancing human rights and addressing violation and promoting equality and justice for all in South Africa. It is a great honor and privilege to address you today on behalf of the South African Human Rights Commission. As introduced, my name is Aseza Kungubele, not Avela. I was just introduced as Avela before. I am a commissioner in the South African Human Rights Commission, responsible for climate change, migration, and human settlement. I'm here today to emphasize the importance of upholding human rights for all individuals in the country. The South African Human Rights Commission mandate is to promote, protect, monitor the human rights in South Africa. This includes defending the rights of every person, very important, regardless of a gender. You do not have to be male, don't be female, regardless of gender, a human being, a race, and a background. Our role is to ensure all individuals are treated with dignity and respect, and their rights are upheld according with our nation's constitution. In this regard, the role of the Men's Parliament in promoting human rights is crucial. As leaders in communities, we have a power to influence, change, and advocate for the rights of all individuals, particularly to those who may be marginalized or vulnerable. By active engaging in discussion of these initiatives promoting equality and justice, you can help create a society where human rights are respected and protected. A program director allowed me to share some experiences and intervention. The South African Human Rights Commission unequivocally condemns any form of discrimination and gender-based violence. We stand firm in our commitment to uphold the rights of all individuals, ensuring that everyone is treated with dignity and respect. The Commission has been involved in many campaigns when it comes to the issue of gender-based violence. We have launched a program that is called SHINE, a Social Harmony and Effort Program. This program seeks to create social harmony in communities. What we have picked up over the years that within families, we encourage families within families to start speaking to each other, start discussing issues, and society in general start speaking to each other. That was an initiative that was done after the July unrest. Gender-based violence and femicide is a violation of Section 11 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The Commission has adopted a campaign that says a right to life campaign. This means that we will work in tirelessly to promote and protect the rights of all individuals who live in the country for free and against discrimination, violence, and equality. The Commission have also undertaken, part of its mandate in promoting the human rights, visited some rural areas, informed people about their rights, making campaigns of awareness. What we have picked up on this particular province of the Eastern Cape Premier is the issue where there might be a gender-based violence or sexual abuse, or they will say masitet or ramanatalo masitet. That is against the law. That is direct violating the Constitution of the Republic. So those are involved with such activities. We want to say today, as the Commission, we will exercise our rights to make sure that they face the mighty of the law. The Commission have also been involved in many policy development and research when it comes to the issue of gender-based violence. What we've picked up, as the Premier was saying, there's quite a big issue of sanitary towels. Amongst the rural children, they have no sanitary towels. In our view, it's something that is very important that we want to sponsor in this forum, that the province must consider it, must prioritize it, as the Premier saying that compared to any other things that my Premier said, to have a condom, to use a condom is a choice. But for sanitary towel, it's a need for the girl child. And lastly, Premier, we have been involved, that is a very critical issue. We have been involved, have received so many complaints about schools that do not allow or discriminate against those might be identifying themselves differently. Not a boy, not a child, not a boy, not a girl. So we have seen where girl childs, they have gone to schools because they prefer to wear pants instead of a uniform, it's denied schooling. So it's an issue that we have released a report on it, on issue of uniform. That's a discrimination. We firmly believe working together to strive to build a future where every individual can enjoy the life of quality life and fulfillment. We thank you for being supportive to our mission to promote human rights and create more just and equitable society for all. Let us work together to build a future where every person in South Africa can live with dignity, freedom, and equality. We thank you for being so committed to upholding human rights and promoting culture of respect and understanding of our society. Together we can make a difference and build better communities. We thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ngubele. I'm happy that you were here today. To the resolution, also I've just picked up something. But okwangoku ndiza kukuyekela phaa kwabatata bafana notata uJezile xa bekhokela kwi-main sector. Kuyaliwa sithi xa sisenze ezi debates kuthiwe ngalamadoda sikule nto abafazi. You will be telling us ke tata uba nathi sinawo la malungelo. Thank you so much. I'll now call upon u-IT andincedise ngotata ngoSinonkonyane. Yena siza kumfumana through imedia. Do we have?
Yes, sir. Hello? Hello?
Siyabulisa tata.
Hello?
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 Siyabulisa Mdlekazi, can you hear us?
Very clear, but I can't see me myself on this thing. But if it's fine with you, I'm ready.
Ungaqhuba tata sicelo IT aku-assiste. Nakwelo cala ukuwe you need i-assistant siyafuna ukubona.
Wema ndivulile lento ngoko. Okay. Just to save you on time, whilst they are doing that whiteboard, what's this? Okay. All right. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay. All right. Well, the director of program, allow me to stand on the protocols already established by those that spoke before me. Indeed, I rise to thank the organizers of this conference for having deemed it necessary to invite me to express the views of the Congress of Traditional Leaders of South Africa, CONTALESA, on the issue of gender-based violence and femicide that continues to be a menace in all our societies in South Africa. Indeed, it is time for all men worth the name to be regarded as men, not to look away against all forms of abuse, particularly of the abuse against women, children, and all people with disabilities. We believe time to talk has come and gone. Now it is time to rise and act. Our government, as we all know, has enacted many laws to protect all the people against abuse. Many progressive organizations have embarked on numerous protests to express outrage against abuse. Our government had sanctioned programs, including 16 days of activism against abuse of women and children since the advent of our democracy in South Africa. Our courts have expressed outrage and enforced harsh penalties as set out in the laws passed by our own parliament. Simply put, we have witnessed actions taken by people through People's Parliament, the executive People's Government at all spheres, and judiciary for many years now. Now, the question remains, what needs to be done, Chair and members, to uproot this evil? Condoleezza proposes the following. 1, westernized norms and values set out in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa in 1996 must be substituted by African norms and values. 2, parental authority need to be restored with men taking their responsibility to be leaders of their families and to instill African norms and values within their own families. 3, heads of families must be responsible and called to account for all misdemeanors together with their members of their families to the community in which they live. 4, the institution of traditional and Khoisan leadership must play the role in fighting the scourge of violence against domestic violence, inclusive of gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa. In this regard, the institution must be transformed to be cleansed of stigma inflicted by violent colonial and apartheid regimes. In other words, to restore legitimacy and respect so that the people can owe allegiance to their traditional leaders and vice versa. 5, we are acutely aware that some women, in fact, some households rather, are child-headed homes, and some have men who have neglected their responsibilities, and some are liabilities to themselves and to their families. We've got cases where men rape their own children, the children of their own relatives, and of course, doing all sorts of things against their own wives they had vowed to marry and be living in peace. It is for this reason that men worth the name man must stand up and be united to disabuse the minds of the members of their families of foreign westernized norms and values. 6, we need to form structures from community, regional, provincial, and national level of men's fora to instill discipline in accordance with African norms and values. In this regard, we must guard against infiltration by some men who themselves are abusers, by some men who have actually accepted that what is superior and best is what our colonizers and foreigners has actually taught us. Men, number 7, must work together with all progressive organizations, particularly those that have stood the test of time and could be entrusted, including, of course, the church organizations and civic organizations, women organizations, and of course, youth organizations. Number 8, we will need our parliament to pass necessary laws to amend some provisions in the legislation to suspend the rights accorded to the criminals during the period of instilling our African norms and values. Phaya emampondweni amaphondo kanimisa athi Nkosi sikuvile siyamva urhulumente ingathi ixesha lifikile lokuba abantu aba bake balungiswe hayi ngebhokhwe. We know what it means what they are saying. And therefore, we also, on the 9th point, hello? My time is gone. Hello?
Kubatati.
Okay. Number 9, we will need our government to assist us, that's the institution, in establishing traditional and Khoisan policy to have primary responsibility of safety and security in our areas, of course in collaboration with South African police services and municipal services. And number 10, traditional courts will have to be established to discipline, rather to dispense justice in accordance with African law. I conclude therefore, Chair, by saying, we once more thank the organizers and our government for inviting us, and to thank the audience for having listened to our sound royal advice. We wish that our ancestors and God Almighty will give all of us and the Solomonic wisdom we need, and to be united in our fight against gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa, so that all our people in their homes, in the streets, in schools, wherever they are safe. And thank you so much, Chair. I must apologize for not having been there personally because of parliamentary duties. And I wish you all success in all the deliberations. I'm looking forward to receive the outcome of this progressive parliament that has been convened by our province of Ngwai Ngonyela kumzabalazo wabantu bakokwethu.
Mark. Inkosi Tata, I'm happy with the fact that Utimo's Fumane's resolutions. You've said something very interesting, the transformation of our system, of the system. As custodians, zelsi kotata, sizawuzanyani kuni ngoba sinengxaki enkulu. Premier, there are so many debates going around here. Sifike thina singakwazi ukuphendula. Kuthiwe isiko lithi umntana wentombi ngwakulo ntombi. Abe utata womntana engazange wabona. We are going through those things and subcultures where we have umuntu otshatileyo athi uno baby mama funa uzongena kule ndlela omfazi, or baby daddy. Those things we have to talk about as we go forward, because those are subcultures. Kuthiwani indoda xa itshatile, kuthiwani umfazi xa itshatile. Uba nandi nomntana entombazaneni yawutshata funeka mane nam ndiyokhonya phaa kulamsi, but it's things that we will talk about and nisi-assiste Tata Nongonyana. Inkosi. As I move forward, Commissioner Ngomane, one of the things why I didn't give you time, I was supposed to give every speaker 10 minutes upper. It was because of this electronic device, Tata Nongonyana, and now I'm calling upon Umdana Wale province, Tata Ngomane. He has been running around this country to a point that today he's the convener of a National Men's Forum and the convener of a National Men's Sector. Uzazi zombini as the organizations. Nationally, if you want to talk to someone or say KwaZulu Natal, you go to Professor Gyasi. He will tell you who's there. Now I'm going to call upon Professor Gyasi to come and give us his own presentation.
Kulende siyenzayo hasena, kulende siyenzayo hasena, kulende siyenzayo hasena lo falo, kulende sithi valo valo tololo valo valo tololo kulende siyenzayo lo valo kulende siyenzayo asina kulende siyenzayo kulende siyenzayo lo valo kulende sithi valo valo tololo valo valo tololo kulende siyenzayo asinalo valo kulende siyenzayo. Thank you very much, Honorable Co-Chair Rev Kolamzi Sam, Honorable Speaker of the Eastern Cape Legislature, Deputy Speaker, Premier of the Province, Udia, Umthembu Mkhulu, Deputy Minister, Comrade Steve Letsike, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Govender, Commissioner Ngomane, Men's Sector Secretary General, Comrade Siandesi, Men's Sector Provincial Chairperson, Bonga Jezile, Eastern Cape Men's Movement and the Men's Sector, Members of Parliament in this province, ndiyanibulisa nonke ngegama lomfowethu wethu uYesu Kristu. Esi speech sibhalwe nge-English, ndizasi emaila, ndicela usithetha ngesiXhosa. Kwi-National Men's Parliament last year at Cape Town, we agreed that all premiers of this country will be appointed as patrons of Men's Parliament. Cela uphakame premier sikugcobe. Cela uphakame premier sikugcobe. Premier from now on Premier from now on, a leader yale platform, including the Speaker of this legislature and the Deputy Speaker. Boba Tatu. Thanks so much, dear. Sakuyibhala ke incwadi formal confirma oko. Thank you so much. I-resolution ye-4th National Men's Parliament at Cape Town ayonto ephuma phakuthi. Ngisandofumana nje i-report from a Free State uba upremier wase Free State uyavuma uba yi-patron. Ayinando kwenza ke into uba yi-patron uba ungumama okanye ungutata. Si respect office. Siyayazi uba namadoda zikhona izinto azivezayo diya njengoba si visit all provinces. Amadoda ayakhala that they are also victims of violence, especially GBV. Qha ke abantu baphethe imali bathi masingayithethi lonto ngoba ayo national agenda. Ngelishwa ke uba sizuyithetha lonto, we are putting more lives at risk, because xa amadoda engakuzukwazi ukuthetha kuzawufa abantu abaninzi. Masiwayeke namadoda athethe ezi zinto ziwatyayo noba ayivakali ekugqibeleni laa ntlungu yakhe uba akayithethanga kuzawufa umntu. Ayacela kamadoda countrywide uba masingabasuppresi xa ifuna uthetha into zawo. Ndathemba ke ukuphuma kwethu apha sisiya kwi-district ngoba le platform mhlambe ufuna ndicacise, le platform ayo platform yezikhalazo. Le platform zange siyicreate uba ibe yi-platform yezikhalazo, yi-platform ye-accountability. Uba singamadoda size apha eParlamente sizo-accounta ngezinto esizenzayo ekuhlaleni. Utata uNgomane phaya eGauteng instructed us ukuba sidibanise iMen's Forum neMen's Sector. Besingavani ke phaya eGauteng. Into embi. Abantu beMen's Sector xa bengena beMen's Forum baphuma. Sathi ikhante ayinawumamela ababantu bangavaniyo. Savumelana into kokuba iMen's Forums neMen's Sector mayibe into enye ngenkani. So Eastern Cape Men's Movement neMen's Sector la Eastern Cape into eyi-one. Ningayi-entertain enye into. We are one people. Xa besiya e-ofisini kaDiya, uDiya funeka babuze babapha abanye. Xa besiza kuwe Deputy Speaker, besithi bangamadoda babuze bapha abanye ukwenzela sikwazi ukusebenzisana. Ifuna ukunyanzelwa lento ngoba abantu bethu pha emakhaya abanamdla ncam nezi zikhundla zethu zo-chairman nonobhala. Ukufaka abakhwetha kule province kusenza intlekisa eSouth Africa. Le province sisigculelo sohlekwa iSouth Africa yonke kuthiwa ngamadoda anjani ayekela abantwana babhubhe. Sithe safumana nengxelo Diya yento kokuba nawe Deputy Speaker ba abakhwethwa bayadlwengulwa ngoku. But kuthiwa bangayithethi loo nto. And abantwana bacimba ipart ye-initiation. Kufuneka laa ntlonti izanywe ukucinywa ipheliswe ngoko nangoko ingaphindi vakale ndawo. That means amadoda alapha onke kulo nyaka kufuneka ehambe ebakhwetheni. Wonke umuntu olapha kufuneka ehambe ebakhwetheni. Siyeke abantsangweni bahamba pha batye drugs. Bofundisa abantwana bethu ubutsotsi ne-terms zasetrongweni. Ayo initiation i-language yasetrongweni and ayisosiXhosa. Zifuna upheliswe zazinto and izawupheliswa sithi laa nto. Akho siko linjeya lokuxhaphaza abantwana. Sivumelene kananjalo ezamadoda elilizwe into kokuba sixhatshazwa sinjalo nathi singamadoda. But we cannot compete with women. Andikwazi ume balcony kwam ndithi ndihlutshwa ngulo mntana unamalungelo amaninzi. There is no such. Akho nto ngamalungelo amaninzi. In South Africa sinama human rights. Ikhona i-Human Rights Commission bengicela amanzi. Senzawuhla. Ikhona i-Human Rights Commission akho nto ngamalungelo amaninzi. Akho bafazi banamalungelo amaninzi apha eSouth Africa. There's no such a thing. So siyavumelana into yokuba uba ngaba nathi siyaxhatshazwa ayithethi ukuthi loo nto ngoku xa kubulewe umuntu ongumama echwele ku-pavement okanye kuba kuthiwa uyi-lesbian nawe uvumbuluka ku-social media uthi nami bendibethiwe phezolo ngumkam. Asikho kwi-competition apha ye-gender-based violence. So kufuneka sizame ukuzikhwebula kule competition kwi-social media yongathi ngoku siyalwa namanina nabantwana. Thina xa sidibene kwi-Men's Parliament sithetha ngathi nokuziphatha kwethu nendlela esinoziphucula ngayo. Asithethi nge-miniskirts in our platforms. Xa ndigqibezela sihlalo sivumelene into yokuba sizoprioritize amakhwenkwe. Fortunate speech sika Deputy Chair wense uphinde sibonile uzawuthetha ngaleyo. Bengicela yonke lendlu iphakame. Siza kwenza le pledge sonke. Abo becamera balungise ba kubonakala bonke umuntu ebelapha nomuntu boqhoboshana nemfoto naye. Apha sifuna ukuvumelana members of parliament ngoba iyona problem esinayo apha Premier kukungavumelani Deputy Chair Deputy Speaker kukungavumelani sihlale kwezi meeting xa siphuma ngalamnyango sithi asingeni lanto akuthethwa ngathi pha. So we need to agree if sifuna ukuyistopha i-gender-based violence in South Africa, to say lento luxanduva lomntu wonke. Ndibonile ke amalungu eParliament ethetha nakwi-social media nakwi-media engomama kubonakala uba niyaxhaswa madoda. Nalento naniqale nakayenza eKapa nathi oomama baphume phandle kwimicimbi yenu kodwa uripota kuye. Because ngoku siripota koomama uyifihlela ntoni le nto kodwa ikwikamera. So siyavumelana ke ngoku apha into kokuba siza kwenza le pledge sonke. Siya abebhekini yamiza nezo ARVs lapho la plastic. Ngicela siphakamise esisandla kuba siza kwenza le pledge imfutshane kakhulu. Inkosi. We, the men and boys of the Eastern Cape,
The men and boys of the Eastern Cape
pledge to stop violence
pledge to stop violence
in our communities, including violence against women and children. We commit to promoting betterment for tomorrow, to ensure that men have access to treatment and live positive lifestyle. Thanks so much. Kukho ezipilisi xa nihlala phansi chairperson. Xa nihlala phansi chairperson kukho ezipilisi. Kulo nyaka upheleyo uPremier no Deputy President of South Africa no Minister of Health balontshe icampaign esibiza Betterment for Tomorrow. Amadoda awafuni ukuzitya ezipilisi. Zii-ARVs ezityiwa ndim ke ezi. Ngoku ndingumfundisi and andinaxesha lomnye umntu bubomi bam obu. Ezipilisi zi-free eklinika. Kwaye uTrump akasithengeli ezipilisi zezikarhulumente. Into kaTrump ayizusichaphazela nganto. We're not even affected when it comes to medication. So please, masikhuthaze namadoda ahambe aye ezikliniki. Kukho i-evidence yento kokuba uba sonke singakwi-ARVs Premier, asinakubasulela or i-generation elandelayo ngo-2030 nge-HIV. Ndicela ukuxolisa ke ngoku kubo bonke omama notata abathe baswelekela ngabantwana ebakhwetheni ngenxa yonqevu. Sithi singamadoda eMen's Parliament sicela uxolo kakhulu kubazali abaphulukene nabantwana. Sile Parliamente zikhona ibhaki zikarhulumente zingekho sizawuhamba siye ebakhwetheni sokukhusela abantwana. Inkosi kakhulu.
Thank you, Professor Jesse. In everything you have just said, ndiphuma nento enye ethi it is not about us, it is about the next generation. If you can fight gender-based violence now, it is not about us, it's for the next generation. If we make sure that we are healthy, it is not about us, it is about the next generation. Let's do that. Thank you, Professor Jesse. One other thing that you have touched, which is close to my heart, Prof, ilendo yabakhwetha who are being raped, who dies, phakweza initiation schools, sikhona singamadoda. And you've just said, Professor Jesse elitabilele tu sonke, we should own this. If there are criminals at the initiation schools, we are criminals. Because why are we not there to take them out? So, luxanduva lwethu ke madoda lapha, Premier will make sure that kwezi rapid response teams that are existing. Lamadoda ebesenza pledge apa will also go to their local areas and be involved. Kungaphinde kufe omnye umntana. Thank you. I'm now going to call on Honorable Les Govende, the Deputy Chairperson of National Council of Provinces. Over to you, Deputy.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I must say that, Professor Darcy, you're a hard act to follow. But be assured that we will follow you in your initiatives and in the programs that you initiate. The Honorable Premier of the Eastern Cape, the Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, all honorable members, firstly, I must thank you for the opportunity and the invitation to be in this august house and to address this very important gathering that is represented by, I think, every pertinent institution that should be here is here. And if we have that kind of support base, then there is no reason why we will not be able to win this battle. So I want to thank you for inviting those critical role players. And I want to say good morning to you all, Molweni, and thank you once again for having me here. I want to commend the Eastern Cape Legislature for walking the talk. Very often you find that we put a lot of emphasis on drafting programs, drafting legislation, but very often those pieces of paper remain in cupboards and remain as documents, but they are not given life in institutions like this where we can come together, discuss those documents and breathe life into those legislation that we pass. The topic that we are dealing with, gender-based violence and femicide, where we as men and women perpetrate violence against each other. Now, in our Hindu scriptures, it says, Honorable Speaker, it says that man has learned how to fly like birds. Man has learned how to swim like fish, but man hasn't learned how to live amongst fellow men. How true is that? And I want to also say that you will find that animals do not attack each other unless they are threatened or they are hungry. Why do we as human beings attack each other? Attack those very people that we claim to love. Why is it that we attack innocent young children that have done nothing to us as adults? Why do we attack them and abuse them? And yet we are considered, Honorable Speaker, to be the most intelligent species on earth. How intelligent are we if we behave in that manner? So we need to ask ourselves those very pertinent questions. And I want to thank Professor Professor Zuma for the presentation that he made from the HSRC, because that presentation is a foundation document that gives us the facts and figures that should drive us in the right direction via the recommendations that he has made. Now, the Honorable Premier as well as the Honorable Deputy Speaker earlier on gave us some figures. And we need to ask ourselves, what are we doing with that kind of statistics? Why are those figures so high when we talk about gender-based violence? And gender-based violence is a very complex and deeply ingrained issue that requires a multifaceted approach. And that is why earlier I said we have the right role players in this house. By working together, we can break the cycle of gender-based violence and create a safer and more equitable society for us all. By working together, we can ensure that Jocelyn Smith, who disappeared in Saldanha Bay on the 19th of February 2024, is found and returned to her extended family. Together, we can ensure that we end the scourge of abuse against women and children. Honorable colleagues, since the advent of democracy in Parliament has demonstrated a firm commitment to eradicating gender-based violence through the adoption of composite set of policy priorities which are anchored in the Constitution and expressed in the country's overarching transformation agenda. In May 2024, we witnessed the President sign into law the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill. This piece of legislation is intended to form part of government's efforts to fight the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. The bill aims to coordinate and provide strategic leadership in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide, and that is why I said the stakeholders that are here, including civil society, labor, SALGA, traditional leaders, and the business sector, need to play a vital role to ensure that we overcome this terrible scourge that is ripping our country apart. It is high time that criminals in South Africa learn that they have no place in a decent and humane society. Gender-based violence is not just a crime, it's a betrayal of our nation's values. And that is something that we need to address seriously. As members of Parliament, through our participation in both the Judicial Service Commission and the Magistrates Commission, delegates must ensure that there is transformation in the justice system by observing gender equity precepts to ensure that women are equally represented in the Constitutional Court, the judiciary, and all tribunals and commissions. Honorable colleagues, all 9 provinces should establish task forces dedicated to combating gender-based violence. These task forces would work to streamline case handling, reduce delays, and restore survivor faith in the justice system. I was very pleased to know, Honorable Premier, that you have accepted to be the patron and the leader of this initiative in your province. And I'm glad that you have accepted and that you will do a good job in this regard. In South Africa, the feminization of poverty is evident, with a larger proportion of women residing in households below the poverty line, and this showcases their economic vulnerability. That is something also that we need to address very seriously, because women tend to rely on men very often for their financial needs. And that is something that makes them very vulnerable to violence in their homes. The Honorable President of our country launched a Women's Economic Assembly to enable women-owned enterprises to participate in the local industry value chain and achieve a target of at least 40% of public procurement to be spent on women-owned businesses. Since its inception, this program has yielded promising results in several key economic sectors. Upskilling and additional training for police prosecutors, magistrates, district surgeons, social workers, and other persons involved in dealing with cases of rape and abuse must be intensified. We need the right people in the right places to attend to this issue. And I want to urge the legislature to consider partnerships with local celebrities and the religious sector with a view to develop role models to promote alternative narratives towards a gender-based violence system that will ensure the safety of women and children in our various provinces. As the National Council of Provinces, in executing our oversight mandate, we are going to ensure that we do away with weak forms of coordination and collaboration within and across the spheres of government. We are forging partnerships with the provincial legislature through the high-level Women's Charter report back sessions. Through these sessions, we are going to ensure that we address the lack of skills, resources, and integrated coordination frameworks with clear lines of communication. In conclusion, honorable colleagues, I want to urge all of us to support the Better Men for Tomorrow program that was initiated last year. When we met in Pero, in the Western Cape last year, a resolution was taken for a boys' parliament, which will be held just before the men's parliament. And I want to urge all of us to support the boys' parliament, where we bring boys together for them to express themselves and to share with us their challenges, like we had in a very small session last year, Professor Darcy. There were just a few boys that came, but what they said to us was something that really opened our eyes to the extent of gender-based violence in our country. I want to assure you that through the NCOP, you have my total support. And I want to also highlight something. You know, very often we find that there are video clips that go around of school children fighting. And their colleagues will stand around, not stopping the fight, but videoing the fights and encouraging their peers to fight and post these things. Now, if we allow that kind of environment to continue, our young children are learning that violence is a way to resolve issues rather than sitting and talking things through. So let us address this issue of school children violence. Let us put a stop to it through the various structures that we have. Let's address that and put a stop to it. I'm also informed that the Department of Social Development will finance the Boys' Parliament. And that is something that we must commend and we must encourage. Honorable colleagues, I want to once again thank you very much for this opportunity, and I wish you every success in this initiative and any other initiative that you might take going forward. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Honorable Govender. Deputy Speaker and Speaker of the House, the reason why we had to make sure that Honorable Govender, Commissioner Ngomane, everybody comes outside this province, it was the fact that we are aware that we are in the Republic of Eastern Cape, because if someone dies in Cape Town, where Honorable Govender is, people such as Siswa Kwamkhotyane, they had to be taken to the Eastern Cape. If anyone dies in Durban, Joburg, Eastern Cape shakes. So we had to have your views, Honorable Governor. We had to make sure that this province aligns with what is happening nationally, because our people are all over this country. In fact, the world as well. We will also take it to the resolutions, Honorable Governor, the issue of the Boys' Parliament. And thank you for telling us that social development is a step ahead of us. Thank you so much. I'm now going to move to our second engagement, where I will take questions from the districts, and I'll give each district 2 minutes, and those questions will not be answered here. I'll take the questions down. The resolutions team will note it down, and they will be included in the resolutions. And also, Deputy Speaker, in the House, we've got 7 departments with men's forums. We've invited their chairpersons. One of those forums is led by Utata Unyamezeli Boy from Gwa Health. We also want to encourage the departments that each and every department must have a men's forum. As we move along, I'm now going to call upon from OR Tambo.
Ikoloche. Ngapha. Ndi need clarity Ndingumfundisi uMzoxolo kaBoyana from eJogqabi. Chair, andikho sure into yoba iprogram oyiphetheyo itshintshile kule siyiphetheyo. I-program apha ithi contribution to the debate by participants from the district. Now uthetha ngento yoba sibuze question usinike 2 minutes. Ndizama utshekisha loo nto, Chairperson.
Thank you, Rev. Boyana. Maybe I've used the word that's not on the program. Here in the program is talking about contributions. The questions I was talking about is those contributions from the districts. And here with me, I have names that were sent forward for people that will come from the districts to do that contribution. Are we now together?
Inkosi Chairperson, mhlawumbi ke uba ubuyicacise ngolo hlobo. Kwesibini, I think i-district zivumelene ngabantu abazawupresenta on their behalf. Mhlawumbi ke amagama kuwe nakwi-district asenongafani. Bendizawucela nje mna ubize i-district then umuntu onyulwe i-district abe aze ngaphambili. Ndicela ingabi yo-debate, Chairperson. And two, ulungise indaba yexesha because awukwazi usibiza apha wagqiba usinika imizuzu emibini.
Can I order, members, please? Please, can I have your attention? Can I have your attention? Mhlambi, Reverend Boyana, can I call the leadership of the district, in particular, Mr. Jezile, to come to me so that we look at those names you have before I call upon the names I have. Thank you. Also, on the issue of minutes, the contributions will be given 10 minutes. Thank you.
Uxolo sihlalo. Ndingatyanga xesha lentlanganiso. Colleagues, ndifuna sivumelane ngalena into I think izasiphazamisa. You come from various districts, knowing very well in your district assemblies you've set before coming here the order of proceedings, and you had agreed upon a representative from your district. Ndiyacela singalibazisi nge-process and the order of proceedings that we know. Because we are delaying time unnecessarily. These are the district representatives, I believe they are going to represent their districts, whom at which you had agreed upon. So ndicela singabambezeli usihlalo wendlu aqhube nenhlangano yakhe sizokwazi basikhawulelane into zikabawo. Ndiyacela sisinochina masiqhubeni ngehlobo esiqhela uqhuba ngalo.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, I've just asked for assistance from Mr. Jezile. Can I have the participants from the regions, those that have A question, the discussions is up already. As I will call the districts, they will come forward. And the first district that I'm going to call is OR Tambo. Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair. Sorry,
OR
Scott.
Tambo, you have 10 minutes.
Sorry, Chair. Can I perhaps put a guide that, look, the time that is allowed is 1 hour and 20 minutes. So it basically gives each region between 10 and 15 minutes. So that region, that delegation from that region can decide how many people they would want to speak, but in that time that is there. So that means it opens up the scope, and that is why people have made their nominations. Because I think important for us as the legislature, where we said we do not want to be confronted with people saying they have come here for a talk show. We want to hear the voices of the participants at that level where they are speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You now have 10 minutes. You can share that 10 minutes with someone else from your region.
Okay, let me also, Program Director, also add my own submission or suggestion, because I was hoping that after I've presented, because they said that this is a debate, I was assuming that after I've presented, it will be open with a limited and with a left time for people to also contribute to the debate. That's what I was hoping for, because I'm given 10 minutes, maybe I'll take 5 minutes, because I'm also allowing the House to also add and also submit their own contribution, to also submit their own contributions to the same topic, because the topic was given to OR Tambo to participate on, but it's also not for the OR Tambo only, it's also for other districts as well. So I was assuming that that's what's going to happen.
Sorry, can I just correct something?
Yes.
You have 10 minutes. If you take 5 minutes of that 10 minutes, someone else from OR Tambo can contribute. Don't give it to the House. We're trying to say each district might be able to contribute in this men's parliament. So your 5 minutes, if it's up, you give the other 5 minutes from someone who's also coming from OR Tambo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Program Director, let me first greet you, and you allow me to say, all protocol observed. I'm doing that because this is unfamiliar space for me, as I am from the civil society, where we are used to imbizo komkhulu, ingqungquthela ezilalini, and street meetings ekas election, where greetings is different from the setup as a parliament, which means you will forgive me for that. Program Director, as OR Tambo, we were given a task to participate on the first debate to this House sittings, which is heading yayo, is ensuring a collaboration with all sectors of society to deal with EGBV. Honorable members, let me first allow me to say, allow me to let you understand what are these sectors of society we are talking about here. 1 is civil society sector, 2 is private sector, and 3 is public sector. Civil sector, which is us, the non-profit organizations, the community-based organization, the social sector, community groups, onke amaqumrhu xa uhlala, including inkosi. Civil society role is to address the social issues, providing services to vulnerable population and promoting social change. These are people who work closely with communities, normally who are also natives of the same societies. This is the sector that is directly affected with the results of social issues and who are the first point of contact when any activity occurs in the society. Number 2, the private sector are businesses, owned companies operated by individuals and the groups rather than the government. Which their roles is to generate economic activities, creating jobs and providing services to consumers. It is where you find the members of the society, which includes men and women, who spend most of the time working now. It's where groups of individuals are found, especially men. Thirdly, One of these sectors is the public sector, which are government agencies, schools, hospitals, and infrastructure projects. Their role is to ensure basic needs are met, providing public goods and services. Services, it's where you find young people, boys, in schools, and young women and men. All these sectors mentioned above, you will realize that their role is to serve the society and ensuring that people are receiving safety and security, including health, and ensuring people exercise their rights. Ladies and gentlemen, South Africa faces a severe gender-based violence crisis with the high rates of violence against women and children, which includes inequalities, femicide, sexual assaults, rape, intimate partner violence, and high rate of killing of women and children by men. Professor Zuma, on his presentation, elaborated more clearly on the gender-based violence. So, honorable members, if we say these sectors I mentioned above, their roles is to serve the society and ensuring the people are receiving safety and security, including health, and ensuring people are exercise their rights. This means they need to make sure they cooperate to deal with this GBV as well. These are the few suggestions as Ora Tambo that we came up with as part of the collaborations of these sectors. One, we said, is that these sectors need to have a common language, one voice, which is we need to have, if we are saying we're going to be doing awareness campaigns, siyazi into yoba into ethi siyithethayo i-one, if we were at the sector of business, is the same thing that we are saying emakhosini, is the same thing that we are saying in civil society organizations ekuhlaleni. Two is to ensure that at the next men's parliament we will be saying a different story that we are saying today. And then these sectors needs to make sure into yoba loo nto leyo iyenzeka. And then all these sectors needs to ensure on their spaces they host awareness campaigns and dialogues to stop GBV. Apho amadoda will also get a platform to talk because kubothi apha amadoda akanandawo zothini zokuthetha. So if we're working together as these sectors, we try to create a platform amadoda where azothetha khona. As we said, into esiyithetha ekuhlaleni singamadoda mayibe into esiyithetha kude futhi phi ebhizinesini ibe into esiyithethayo again sisonke kurhulumente nasezikolweni ebantwaneni. At the same time, we said that these sectors they need to make sure they host regular consultative meetings on quarterly basis where they are situated. Umzekelo if sisemthatha thina siyadibana nenkosi nezikolo siyahlala sometimes to address the issue of GBV. And meet twice in a year together with the commissioners ezibezilapha so that sibone manathi sahamba ngalendlela befanele sihamba ngayo na, which is includes a commission for gender equality, human rights commission, Contralesa, and other sectors, if possible, to make sure that these messages is passed across the men as a corner Abe province. As Ortambo, we believe this parliament will also, as Baben Chiloke chairperson, will submit their own contribution to add to this debate. As a submission, we believe to add to this debate, as we believe there are still a lot that can be done to ensure a collaboration to these sectors to end the GBV effectively and executed ngeyona ndlela ezokwazi utshintsha ubuhlala kwethu. Enkosi.
Thank you, sir. I'm now going to call upon Nelson Mandela Bay.
Greetings to the House. Let me just open my... All right, greeting to the House. My name is Ntando Somwahla. I'm coming from Nelson Mandela Bay. I would love to acknowledge Ms. Honorable Mbonyane, who was chairing the session before, the session that we're on now. I was very pleased to see a female, chairing a session, and that was a good practice. And I want to say thank you to the House for that. So I want to also further greet the presiding officers, traditional leaders, the Premier, Honorable Oscar Mabuyane, government officials, ministers, provincial leadership of Men's Parliament and National, Prof. Edesi and Mr. Bongachezile, and all protocol are observed. So the questions that we are speaking on is what should be the role of Men's Forum on district level to put pressure on government to implement measures to escalate the issues of rape and statutory rape. So one of the things that I think are vital is the capacitation or capacity building of organization within the men's sector on defining GBV, prevention strategies on GBV, violence and rape, substance abuse and drugs, capacity building in ensuring economic strengthening and development of men. I think we know that indoda ilizwe lendoda engenamali alivakali. We need to empower men, develop an innovative program of action, ongoing social dialogues with diversified activity plans, summits and district men's forums and parliaments. So to ensure monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of programs within the men's sector, report the work that has been done, and an example, in Nelson Mandela Bay, we recently conducted a summit that speak about gender-based violence. And that summit has resolutions, and it has been signed by the mayor of Nelson Mandela Bay, Councillor Lobishe. So we need to encourage that to all districts, to build a solid relationship with SPU offices and office of the speakers and mayor's office within the districts, and men's sector ought to be instrumental in Ulwaluko forums and support the fight against the death of Abakweta, especially post-traumatic events following circumcision. I think most of us, we are glad when we say, an example in Nelson Mandela Bay, we have been having a 0 death rate in terms of circumcision. But it's not only about the death of Abakweta. There are issues that relate to post-traumatic experiences, the adverse events following circumcision. So we ought also to play a role in curbing those. Also to prevention of HIV and STI, as we know that circumcision reduced HIV by 60%, so we should also, to further promote complete circumcision and educate men on behavioral change following circumcision milestone. I want to talk about the complete circumcision. Most of the time, when we do circumcision, especially in our native one, customary one, we do circumcision differently. And males, especially when they grow to the age of 40, 50, they would see that the foreskin is again showing forth, maybe if there was no complete circumcision. And I think we all know that circumcision is meant for the prevention of HIV. So we ought to promote the complete circumcision to curb HIV spread. So support institutions such as men's corners at the Department of Health Facilities and within the community. In Nelson Mandela Bay, we have developed a place we called a men's corner, where men can go and vent their psychological issues, their pressures. And I think everyone that visits Nelson Mandela Bay must go and see and brainstorm on how we implement our men's corners. Also, the Department of Health have men's corners, and we ought to strengthen them and support them. So these men's corners, I think I've mentioned, they promote a mental health support, status of men, post-traumatic events, upbringing issues, biomedical health services such as HIV testing, PrEP and PEP distribution, and STI spread. So we ought, as men sector, play a vigorous role in the district structures, such as district aid councils and multi-sectoral program of action. So men's sector should play a central role in the fight against discrimination, violence, and stigmatization of LGBTQI community, including violent rape against key population and in general, including people with disability. We should promote active men participation in programs within the districts. What we have been experiencing, and I think also nationally, men are not taking part in programs. There is a low head count when it comes to men participating in programs. In events, people who go at facilities with the social development, Department of Health, we have a low head count. So we ought to promote the participation of men in the social activities. So there is a higher degree of violence within our districts, extortion and crime. I think the story of Pamela Mabini is one of the sensitive one, and they emanate from the violence that is within our communities. We should locally discourage violence against men-to-men violence. We should discourage and redefine the activity of intonga. Eastern Cape, we have a practice that we do of ukulwa ngentonga. I used to do that also when I used to grow up. But I think we should now, at this time and age, discourage such activities as they promote violence against men to men. And it also go further to radiate to females and children. In conclusion, our submission as Nelson Mandela Bay, we need to lobby for redirect of RT35 government funding to support customary traditional male circumcision, to strengthen pre and inter and post education during circumcision. We should strengthen social development with funds to support programs such as a championing change. This year, I realized that social development said that they don't have money to fund new programs. And we should strengthen them with funds so that more organizations can participate and also be funded. Traditional leaders must be supported with a budget to implement clear programs in the fight against gender-based violence so that they can lead by example. We should develop more IEC material, information education, communication material, pamphlets, use social media, do hashtags so that we can be able to be a voice or share the voice of men. The issue of Donald Trump obviously have affected us. We should be able to have a clear plan on how are we going to support the vulnerable population that is out there seeking support, especially for the overflow within the Department of Health. Lastly, plans to enforce the skills transfer from funded organizations to local unfunded organizations for continuation of services.
Time.
Ndiyagqiba.
Time, sir.
Ndiyagqiba. Just one. So, this is a very important part, especially this one. The funded organization that implement the programs at our district ought to impart skill to the
Thank you,
local
Ntando.
organizations so that there can be continuation of services when challenges like the Trump issue
Thank
come
you, sir.
up. So, fight against corruption and misuse of funds.
Mr. Somwahla,
Thank you so much.
please say your time is up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Sure.
I just want to say to every participant in the House, when your time is up, do not worry, you can also make written submissions. So let's not waste some time. I just need 10 minutes on the podium, which you can share. If there's 3 of you from the same district, you can share 3 minutes for that program. As I'm moving on, Deputy Speaker, I have the Secretary of Immense Sector in the province, Mr. Lubabalo Ngcolomba. He is in the house. Mr. Ngcolomba, can you come forward and give us your presentation?
Thank you very much, Chair. Mandithathe lithuba lokubulisa in the House our Honorable Premier, the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, the National Sector, the National Men's Sector and Men's Movement leadership that is in the House. Ndivumeleni mandithi ingqangi nentsiba zayo, all protocol are observed. Mandiqale ndibulele kuqala ukubuka iphondo lethu ukuba line improvement eninzi kumcimbi wokuba yi-Rainbow Province. Ngoba kumaxesha amaninzi when we were attending as parliaments nez programs wafumanisa into yoba i-gender was one-sided. I love what I see in this building. Ndicela siyiqhwabeleni izandla lona. Enye into endiyinqwenela into yoba ndiqhwatyelwe izandla ngumcimbi wokwehla kwenani lokudlwengulwa kwamanina in the province in the last quarter of 2024 kwi-statistics eziye zakhutshwa Minister of Police. Noba ke ngumyingo omncinci kodwa ithi loo nto iyabonakala into yoba likhona ifuthe le-organizations, ifuthe likarhulumente, kodwa kusekuninzi ekusafuneka kwenziwe. Ndicela siyiqhwabeleni izandla lona. Mna ndinikwe umbuzo oza kugxila kwiphondo lonke, hayi a specific district kuba ke ndi-representa the Provincial Executive Committee as the Secretary of Men's Sector. Umbuzo esinawo ukuthi uthi what role will the government play to support organized men, organized men's groups in preventing sexual offenses, and what kind of support will be provided to such groups? Gelixesha ke kugxilwa lo mbuzo kuye kwakhangelwa kwajonga nomcimbi we-sexual re-offenders, abantu abaphindaphindayo ukudlwengula. Sathetha ke saxoxa siyi-sector ukuba iyadingeka into yoba as much as sisebenza sifakwe kulaa mcimbi wokukutshekishwa kwabantu abazawuphinda bakhutshwe eluvalelweni. Laa mcimbi wokunikwa ingqawule kubantu abaye badlwengula sifakwe kakhulu kweza committees singamadoda sikwazi ukucontributa nathi ekuncedisaneni nokulwa lo mcimbi woba lo mntu ingaba sekulungele na uba aphinda abuyele back to the community, aphinde kanti lo mntu xa ebuyela kwi-community uyokucinezela noyokuhlasela abantu ababhinqileyo ngocansi. These are the solutions that we have spoke about. The legislation or the legislative framework. Government can establish and enforce laws that prevent sexual offenses and support to victims. For instance, in South Africa, Criminal Law of Sexual Offense-Related Matters Amendment Act aimed to extend the ambit of the offense of incest and introduce new offenses. The community-based programs, government can allow okanye government can collaborate with community-based organizations like men's shelters in the Nelson Mandela Bay. We have a shelter for men who are victims and perpetrators of gender-based violence. Encedisana nokuba amadoda afilish into yoba ngoku ndihlukumezeke to an extent that ndizawuziva into yoba ndingahlukumeza omnye umntu. Uyakwazi uzibhukisha in that shelter, afike ancediswe ngokoluleko lwengqondo ukwenzela into yoba abuyele endlini sele ekwazi ukuhandlisha ii-situations ebezinokumenza into yoba aphakamise isandla okanye adlwengule umntu obhinqileyo. These shelters, they provide therapies, sessions and support groups for individuals concerned about sexual behavior. On the issue of training and education, government can provide training and education programs for law enforcement, judicial officials and social workers to enhance their understanding of sexual offenses and improve their response. Ingxaki esifumanayo yokuba even amadoda nawo xa yoreport cases sisenayo okanye sisenazo institutions apho amadoda asahlekwa khona, apho omama izinto zabo ezingathathwa serious, apho zingathathwa njenge-priority indaba zomcimbi we-sexual offense. Kuyadingeka into yoba ke ngoku si-educatwe nathi sihlale phantsi sifumane ukulungiswa nokwelulekwa nokufundisa ukuba zeziphi ii-acts ekufuneka sigxile kuzo kakhulu xa umntu olixhoba engena phakathi ezoripota umcimbi we-sexual offense. Support for organized men's group. Nansi le support esiyidingayo singamadoda ne-organized groups zamadoda ngoba singamadoda ephondo sisebenzile kakhulu ekusebenziseni okanye ekuhlaleni phansi simisele ii-forums, simisele ii-sectors, simisele ne-organizations ezisebenza kakhulu ngamadoda. Ndiyavuya ke ngokuba i-men's forum ne-men's sector iyasebenzisana kakhulu, akusekho competition between the two organizations okanye between the two institutions. Siyi-organization okanye institution enye ibangele loo nto umsebenzi wethu belula ngoku uyofika kwindawo ubukade ungafikeli kuyo. So urhulumente sidinga into yoba usincedise ngomcimbi we-funding ne-resources. Government can provide funding and resources to support organized men's group in their efforts to prevent repeat sexual offenses. Government can help with the issues of partnership and collaborations, which we can help us to partner or with partnership of organized men's groups to develop and implement an effective strategy for preventing sexual offenses. Umcimbi we-policy development, government can work with organized men's group to develop policies that address the root cause of sexual offending and support for rehabilitation efforts. Xa sizijongileke zonke ezi zinto esithetha ngazo namhlanje, ithi loo nto xa sithetha ngo-government, we are not only talking about the government institution, we are talking about us as men, us as women, us as LGBTQI, and us as all other sectors. Kufikele ixesha ngoku loba sisebenzisane sihlaleni phansi ngoba ngoku akusekho bantu basindayo kumcimbi we-sexual offenses. Everyone is involved, everyone might be a victim of sexual offenses. So xa siteblisha ke le nto sithi kuthi namhlanje sicela intsebenziswano kwi-departments, sicela intsebenziswano kwi-sectors, sicela intsebenziswano kwi-organization ukubheka phambili so that le percentage yehlileyo e-Eastern Cape ihambe ide iyofika ku-100%. By us uniting as this organization and these sectors, izawusenza into yoba ngoku i-voice yethu ivakale kakhulu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ngulumba. Can I now have Alfred Nzo on the podium?
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. Greetings to you and the whole House, and I say protocol observed. I'm Dr. Bishop Lennox Mchelwana, Utolu Dumumtombin from Arfrenzo, Imbizana, Winnie Mandela local municipality. Mostly, Chairperson, I'm coming here with suggestions. Sawuvumelana into yoba imbewu le yanamhlanje le generation ayifani negeneration yotatomkhulu ndikulo mcimbi kwe circumcision ngeke ababantwana bethi beba pneumonia behlele ezindlini bene heaters besembathiswa nge 2-ply blankets. How much more when they are taken to the field looking at the climate change. Now the advice that esithi kubantwana begazi, because lo mcimbi lwaluko uhleli pha emakhosini, is that what if kube ne rooms, special rooms or houses that are built ntwana omhle phaya ebukhosini, you know, apho kwazeka abantwana they're going to be taken care of, looking at the situation, because ngamanye amaxesha ababantwana ufumana kunonqevu abasukayo abanye bathi besuka umntwana ezakweluka selemthakethile kade speaker that I will get you, your father did this to me or your mother. That's the advice. May you please, we advise that be considered. Okunye futhi, looking at the GBV, I'm sorry, I'll be glad to ba umphathi wami uDlamini ukhona apho uTatukade. If ever education ye-GBV can be cascaded across the curriculum, across the grades, that can help a lot. Like for instance, awarenesses. You'll remember that when we're dealing with the HIV and AIDS virus, HIV AIDS virus was attacked ngohlobo loba speakers that was known to be a sound speaker. You cannot go down, my leader, without having when the awareness ngantoni nge-HIV. That is why you are here. Like we see the prof here. If we can deal with the HIV, GBV, ngolo isiwe ezikolweni, isiwe kwi-gatherings, EU gatherings, isiwe kumakomkhulu xa kuhlalo kuqiniseke ukuba xa kuhlelwe in all gatherings kwinkonzo kuqiniseke ukuba every gathering apho khona umuntu, then there's this awareness ye-GBV. Okay. Okunye, there has also to be a policy, clear policy, ezakwazi ba yenziwe ilandele zithi i-GBV victims sezifunyene, then zilandele uba kukusiphi na istage kwenzeka ntoni, and yofumana into yoba as GBV victims can also help for awareness in future. Also, with umphathi wami, that is education. If ever lo mcimbi we sanitary towels, ungake my chairperson include kwi-stationery ne-LTSM. Most we know by education will be free. We deliver stationery, LTSM is going. Nayo ibe sorry. Nayo into I've got a built-in speaker. Nayo ibe inxalenye yoba kuthi xa kudeliverishwa incwadi ezikolweni ilungiswe ipolicy ibe khoyo pha, because kukhona abantwana abaningi imeko thina siqhamuka kwi-rural areas zimbi. Again, ndibuye ndiye ekhaya. We are happy to announce Paya Winnie Mandela. We managed into Basingabina death with previous initiative programs. Into Zalando cooperation with structures. Utata makos uwabeg up. Utata befundis ubabeg up. Umuntu ezena lento noncedisa ngayo phaya sisikuthi xa kuzokuyongena abantwana kubuye senze inkonzo ezespecial kuthandazwe sicela uThixo uba Nkosi yibana abantwana. Okunye futhi xa ndizawulendisha my leader is identification yabantu abane passion yokukhola okanye ukukhokhela kwezi initiate programs as what you call Dlamini as name it as circumcision forums. Abantu abanenhliziyo, not people who go there just because bafuna ukuzuza. Yenye ingxaki esinayo kwilizwe lethu yoba sinabantu go basifake ithi into xa seyicaca uba ayiphumi into bayishiye khona apho kwenzeka umonakalo. And to land sinomthina pha Alfredo umzekelo utata uDlamini. What happened one time? I'm the bishop of a church. I'm landing now. Ihlamente lam lindifonela ebusuku. Is a single mother. Bishop, umntana wam udukile. And kulameko ndiva kuthiwa kubi ndafonela ndenza umzekelo abantwana befashion uDlamini negqisa lakhe kwathi usisa lo mntwana wabe ekhona. Uba ngake kuvuselele ispirit of patriotism, not into or again abantu babafune ukwenza izinto asebefuna ukuzuza. Again, it should be considered lo mcimbi oba i-circumcision seyijikiswe yayinto ye-business. That should be considered. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bishop. You are now Dadundems, which region are you representing? Alfred. Utata na Besuga, Alfred. He's taken your whole 10 minutes or 15. 3.5. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Mandiqaqanise ngelithi protocol observed. Ndicela nje kuba sisuke endaweni enye notata. Ndixaninise kwipoints ebezenzile, particularly lento ithi masifunde umanyano ngezi programs. Asizukwazi ukwenza program enokufa phakathi sizintsalo. There's an unhealthy competition phakathi kwethu. Asikho professional oqala in dealing with these issues. Umzekelo ngobana kufuneka sibe ne programs ezidibeneyo ezenza into yoba xa sidila nge-GBVF senze umsebenzi onenjongo efanayo. Umzekelo sihlalo sithi phaya Alfenzo ngokokujonga kwethu abantwana nomama kubonakala nyani ingabo abantu abachaphazeleka kulo mcimbi. Thina singotata sithi basalfenzo sizokhomitha kule ndawo ngento ethi we will never look away. Number 1 wethu sinawo lo. Okwesibini amadoda aseAlfenzo ngokubona istatus quo. Into ebangela uba athi walk away amanye awo yilento uba i-formations amadoda as organized azikho ncam. We're still organizing ourselves. Imbangi yalonto leyo uba mamathi walk away zimits stereotypes nala mcimbi esufundiswayo esikhulele kuwo kuthiwa iPatak ubheka phambili. Nento zenkolo culturally and otherwise. Currently iGBF states on kasiya phambili. Sithi thina Alfredo ingase ngahlalwa phansi si-updatewe i-stats. Why sisitsho? Sitsho because sinamadoda athi xa wona ehlukumezekile ahlekwe estation. Okwesibini islogan esithi thetha ndoda asisebenzi ncam emadodeni. Xa ungakhuthazeka lo ndawo kungabonakala uba amadoda ayakwazi ukusimela. Sithi ke ngoko sicela iphulo eli lithi makujongwe la madoda vulnerable. Angawaphi lo madoda? Umzekelo amadoda with disabilities, amadoda asuke prison njalo njalo. Ngamadoda ekufuneka kuhlawulwe phansi kujonga uba ukuwasondeza kule program kwenziwa kanjani. Again sithi si-Alfredo i-statistics esithetha ngqo ngamadoda ahlukumezekileyo kufuneka sibe khona kungekudala. Tata uPremier xa bekunokwenzeka nequmrhu lakho sithi thina makongezwe ibudget ekwenzeni into yobana ezi programs ziqhubeke sikwazi ukwenzeka kuba sithetha nje akwenzeki ngendlela efanelekileyo. Silence ke thina iAlfredo sithi ithetha ukuthi i-silence on iGBV ithi oqala is a serious crime against humanity because silence means consent, meaning that psychologically amadoda agree ukuthi iGBF must proceed ibheke phambili. Lastly, masiphakameni si-address the roots of GBV than addressing the fruits of GBV.
Thank you, Dr. Nems. I'm now going to call on Isara Bartman. And as Isara Batman is on the stand, I would leave and the Deputy Speaker will come and take over. Over to you, Sarah Batman.
Molweni endlini. Honorable members, all protocol observed. Mhlambe uyazibuza, ndinguJohn Yoza, the head of the Secretariat of the Eastern Cape Men's Movement, currently deployed as Sarah Batman to work with men and boys, involving them in the fight against gender-based violence, as we are doing. You know, the most dangerous man is not the one who's holding a woman by the scruff of her neck, because that one is clear. But when's Andoni? The most dangerous man is the one who sees but angenzi into. I don't want to be the one, that dangerous man. And I don't think in this house, ikhona indoda who would like to be that man. Allow me first, as a man, as a father, broken, imperfect, and flawed. Growing up, I have been unintentionally taught to be tough, not to cry, to be strong. But as I navigate the world around me, I began to realize that that does not only suffocate me as an individual, but those around me. It is against that background that I've decided to be part of those men who look at themselves and say, what is it that I need to change about me? So I can be able to change others, because the change begins and starts with you. Ndizame ukuba ezi points zozithatha ndizibeke so that ndingathethi kakhulu. Kaloku ndiyimbongi. Without sounding like an uninformed idealist, mine is to ask the question, or what I would like to hear is that, I mean, what we, as that districts, after the caucus, would like to hear what facilities and interventions will the Department of Health and Social Development develop in support of men and boys' well-being and mental health. Because men are broken. I think men are broken, that we should not run away from that. There are a number of issues and socio-political conditions which made men to be there in that space. And again, the same department would like to hear how are they committing themselves to support social fatherhood programs. Because we are currently in the process of establishing social, because remember, linking what every speaker here I tell you about initiation. We know every year because their parents promised to actually but if you anayo next year I decide then what happens? Are there anything that we as men why are we not starting to understand that e-clothing banks, we are starting as organizations. When that time comes, we don't look around. So we need such kind of programs. So what kind of support that can give, as well as, Chair, as men, we started an organization because Eastern Cape Men's Movement is a federation, a platform of various men's organizations in the province. Some of us were former abusers of drugs, ex-convicts, men with disability, abefundisi, njalo njalo. So we're that group of men. So we've got that vast of ideas. So, you know what you've been saying, we abantwana currently aboluki because they want to. Ngabazali abafuna ukolusa abantwana babo. Abantwana be emotionally they are not ready. We don't have any pre-program to engage them. Mntanam ufune ukoluka, what does that mean to you? Uyivephi lento? Are you ready? We know the fact that abantwana xa bezokuluswa kune rituals that are being performed on them. And are we teaching them to understand the relevance of those rituals? As men, no, we are not there. So we are missing the point. Again, we do not have programs inside. When abantwana bepa, abantwana bayalala pha bangengce batye cha, we don't have a curriculum that we are following. Now that you are here, these are what needs to happen. We are busy trying to develop that curriculum. We are on the stage of the draft right now. And again, abantwana bethu, there was a video circulating on social network, yamakwala semthatha, ejive estratweni. Because as na aftercare program, abantwana ba thina uphela ngomgidi. What happens? What kind of programs is to actually say, now that you are a man, these are the expectations, or how was the journey? What have you learned there? So, as the Eastern Cape Men Movement, we believe that what I'm talking about is not something that we don't do. And remember, for instance, we've got a brother social club, eBay. Last year, bonuse betibene, ne kwasa, ne kudu, ne CPF, bonuse abandoned by 23. Out of the 23 boys, the eldest was 33, the 22. And then, again, we've got a story. Isaki Susan Nevada, umdana 8 weeks, but the one day, everything, he became these things we can do as social fathers. So hence it is quite important that to do these programs. Like we understand that Tendan has always been infighting with Tendan. Through our interventions, now there's what is called Tendane Peace Process Forum and NPO, early decision. So what we're saying, we're saying, guys, we're here to account about what we have done and we'll say what we need to do more. And it is true that working together we can do more. So what I've been doing here, Esara Badmanu, I've asked those questions, but also adding value to what my presentation. Endeavor, with working with Mbilisoid, Sibane pre-secondary programs, and then we feel guys, how was the change? There are a number of organizations that are working with. It's quite important. Next time, so resolutions that will be taken here should continue to the intent hence it's quite important. I like what you said, Secretary, because you know silapha abanye walala ePNB xa ubuya umntana uzawubuya umphathele ntoni tata utata ndibone eTV ubuya unaye nento epokothweni nawe uhlothe ezabhikiza pha ufike uthi hayi mntana ndazi ndikuphi. Enkosi.
Thank you very much tata. Ndive usithi imbongo bengicimba uza kundibongela kodwa ke hayi akho ngxaki. Thank you very much, Tata. I will now call upon a representative from the Chris Hani district. I am made aware that there are 2 speakers from Chris Hani district. They will therefore share there are 10 minutes. So the first one can come, then the second one can come and sit. We have 2 chairs here. The second one can come and utilize one of the chairs so that immediately when the first one is finished, the second one can just quickly come. Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes, Mhlekazi wam, and your 5 minutes starts now. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Program Director. Let me just say, all protocol observed. Namdive bandwin. And Diabulisa Nendlu at large. The name is Buyele Kaya, Onke Boys. Diavakal. Buyele Kaya, Onke Boys. Kodwa ke ningamsebenzisa nje uonke lo kuphela. kamnandi nalapha phambi kwam akhona amalungu e-men's sector as I'm a deputy secretary kwi-men's sector kwi-province. Into endiye ndayifumanisa ke lungu lam is that i-question yethu ithathiwe kwa among apha. What I'm just gonna say njengoba ndimele apha ngaphambili, I'm very much thankful of this platform okanye this gathering ololu hlobo, that it is cascaded to all our districts because each and every district that we have is facing a problems that might be similar, but they root from a different cause. We might have GBV, but the main cause cannot be the same, which means it is important that siqale ezantsi siyazi intsusa yayo uba kwenzeka ntoni, singalungisi into siyithathe general that Eastern Cape is having GBV violence because of A, B, and C. We have into evela kakhulu thina ye-factional fights. We have crime. Ufumanisa uba ngabana iqale ngemva sasingekabikho nobakho ngokhokho bokhokho bethu. Now, if you don't understand the history its own about iKrizane, then you're going to have a problem because uzawuthetha into ongayaziyo. And kanti kudala kuthiwa umntu ongumama babesithi ulungiswa ngenduku, but that is not the same. That is not the same. We have come to a different generation. Besitshilo the latter speaker apha yathi imbewu yabantwana bangoku ayinofana nale yakudala. Mna ndithethela ke ngoku kwicala elingathi libulungisa, that we must understand that now izinto njengokuba zitshintsha nabantu bazawutshintsha. The thing of culture has got a great influence ekubeni sibe sime endaweni enye, that as a movie, because they want to stick to that. Uba yayibasebenzele bona otata bethu, but now it won't work for us. Now that is important that ebetshilo no Mr. Somwahla pha that all these programs come together. It doesn't necessarily mean that maybe the programs amadoda that are coming together to solve a problem amadoda. Sometimes you'll find that ngomama kanye aba bane solution aba babethwayo, so that we come closer to them bana kwenzeka ntoni na. Maybe ndingathi mhlambi kanithethayo ibe ngathi ndithetha generally, but sometimes the views for both parties is very important to solve the problem. If we see siyaqaphela, instead of a gender-based violence rate iye isehla iye inyuka, you will notice that during that xesha le kuthiwa 16 days of activism is the lelona xesha ufumanisa ubana there are more incidents that are taking place. Ndiqaka uba singamadoda inoba simameli nawo okanye ikhona into sifuna uyiqhwaya. Now there's a need for different strategies, for different approaches, for intsebenziswano. Therefore, this collaboration that is multi-secular is very important, and involvement yenkosi zakuthi to this cause is very much important as well. You'll find out that umntana oyinkwenkwe is still treated differently from umntana oyintombazana. That the issue of that they are given the chores that are different. Iqala kwalapho that kuthiwe ukuhlamba izitya fanele bazihlanjwa ngumuntu ongusisi. That shouldn't be the matter. Let's talk about now indoda endala engakakwazi uhlamba ezazitya ezamane itshintsha abantu abangosisi bazoyihlambela ezitya. So we need to focus on things that matter. The raising up of a boy child and the raising up of a girl child. Raising ababantu in the same manner, because they must understand that no one is different from the other. And when they are growing up, they are given opportunities that are equal. Kuke kwathethwa bange-equal, to be equal and equality. Those are two different things, but there's a thin line in between. So it is important that if we're going to tackle all this, it's not just focusing on abantwana. We also focus as well as parents, because some of the parents promote such behaviors.
Thank you.
So,
Your time is up, Mhlekazi. Ngosi. Thank you very much. Your 5 minutes starts now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let me ride on the decorum, all protocol observed. Manga nintsiba zayo zidwesha nezidwangube zomzi wakuthi. Pa eChris Hani sivumelene njengoba ugxa wami seyechilo ngento esicimba masizonimema uba nizeke mzekweni kulomxhamsholo wokuthi lento gender based violence njengoba ogxa bama abaninzi sebechilo is not about females or women only. It is called gender based violence because it's about gender. And in that, there is a man too. We respect women because we know a woman was taken out of a man. So we also realize that in a man, there was both a woman and a man. Therefore, she deserves the same respect, honor I deserve too. And that is not to be argued. So we have resolved as Immoral Regeneration eChris Hani ubana si adopt a program yabo that talks about family-driven families, value-driven families, sorry, value-driven schools, government, ethical leadership, charter of moral values. And this all encapsulates as it brings everyone under one space to be one. Tata wakwa gender equity uthethe into emnandi othi sonke sinelungelo elifanayo. Khona ke I-statement esithi if you can't change your mind, you can change nothing. It's all about the mindset. We are appealing to you, Speaker, ukubana nisincedise that the value esinayo on Ubatupili principle, we wish to see the very same charter of moral values, ethical leadership, constituting part of even the questionnaire interviews, because we are intending to raise a conscious country. We wish to be done with the question yama stakeholders. We need role players. That is what we are doing in Chris Hani. We are able to go to each and every institution where there is a boy and a girl, and we say, ungumntu umele ukuhlonishwa nawe zihloniphe. Asilindelanga ukubana siphinde ngoba umthetho wesidoda asiyazi indoda ethatha into engeye yayo. Eyithatha to the point of umntana wesikolo angakwazi ukuya esikolweni ngomso because there is no bridge. Utata uthendi indoda kodwa wakwazi ukwenza shobana the service delivery model yalo hulumende does not allow its services to reach ebantwaneni bethu. We also looked at, Speaker, the manner eske sibukele ngayo when the woman folk deal with each other, how you degrade each other as women. I often ask myself, how safe is this man in these hands, in this woman's hands? It's how you do things. You need to self-correct yourselves too. You know the vulnerable parts, and you know how to prick them up, and he charges over. In as much as simfundisa nathi that he is responsible of what he does about what you did or what you said to him, but you also need to play a part. We are inviting all of us to play our role. And Mfundisi, enkosi ngokusibonisa ukuthi ama-ARVs ayafana nokudla i-disprin. Akulona ihlazo. When a man is broken, akulona ihlazo ukuthi I'm broken. We are here. So sincediseni enkosi.
Thank you very much, speakers from the Chris Hani districts.
I will now call upon two speakers from Amatole district. If the second one can also come and be seated here. If usekona, if akeko, we'll proceed. Amatole. Thank you very much, sir. Your 5 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. All protocol observed. I'm trying to save my time. I will sound tautologic because the issue that I will touch, issue of initiation and the boys' fights in the villages. Before you ask who am I, I'm Andy Lenokwebela, coming from Amatole, also a part of the Eastern Cape Men's Movement. Much that the topic of initiation has already alluded too much, but I will simply zoom in on the issue of what are the mitigating factors or causal factors of those deaths in the initiation camps. One of the issues that is picked up is the issue of dehydration, where there's a perception among boys before even they start to go to the initiation. They were told that they must not use water there. So that leads to this dehydration, and also that perception is a challenge that we need to address in our campaigns. Another issue is the issue of physical molestation and torture, beatings, forced treatment in the bush when boys are not willing to take the treatment there. They use force, or they force physically to treat those boys. So the issue of beating, torture ought to be addressed there. The issue of bogus initiation schools and bogus surgeons also need to be addressed. And another issue is the issue of active citizenship. The role of men in the bushes, it was alluded here. But we, as a men in Amatole and in the greater Eastern Cape, we commit to work hand in gloves with the COGTA, Cooperative Governments and Traditional Affairs Department, that come with 5 mitigating factors that can help to de-escalate the death of the initiates in the initiation camps. One of them is there must be a use of water there, a reasonable use of water from day one onwards. Secondly, the parents must be encouraged to choose legally or legitimate surgeons, not bogus one. Number 3, there must be pre-checkups in the clinics where they are free, even if you don't have money. A boy child can go there and access pre-screening of their health issues. The issue of their treatment also, it must be there. Although sometimes there's a perception that if boys are using treatment there, it seems as if they are doing a hybrid men practice, because Western treatment is regarded there as something that is not allowed. But we need to understand that health issues of boys are changing. Lastly, is the issue of those parents must also take care of the disabled children that they are putting there. They must make sure that they provide necessary mechanism to help them. And the other issue is the issue of dead men. At least active men in the community, they must, especially family, they must frequently visit the boys in the initiation. To land on the issue of boys' fights in the villages. I think there, as men, we need to approach that one on an academic level, using the sociological approach, psychological approach and sociological approaches. As you know that the scholars, Bradford wrote about them, Marx wrote about the social conflict, the structure, the social structure, the race, the culture, as well as the other one. Then in those sociological approaches, it is put there that violence is inherently genetical within a man. There's a struggle, even before a man exists, between nature and nature. Tall trees and short trees. There's a conflict there.
Thank you.
So, lastly, just to land, in the boys, psychological, I think we need to check that one. Boys, it is reported, or it is a research, and there's a finding that there are high testosterone levels in boys. When those testosterone levels are high, boys will always want to exhort in the use of force.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Goes that. Goes. Thank you. Your 5 minutes, that's now, sir.
Thank you, Mandi Bulele, El Tuban del Fumana Lungi. Ukawam se covershile. Kakhulu kodwa bendifuna uvela nje kwinto encinci ekehlela mna mhlawumbi zoba ndiphuma kancinci esilanduke ekuthetheni. Kukho ndehlelwe ingxaki yokubana ndine girlfriend. Le girlfriend yam le ileli nam ulala nayo kwam ekuseni yathi kum ifuna i-5,000 rand. Then ndathi mna hayi andinayo i-5,000 rand. Yathi ndiyokumangalela. So ndifuna ujonga ke leyo into uba ingasincedisa kanjani ukubana njembe ebantwana besenza ngolu hlobo nje bathi sibareyphile sibe singabareyphanga umuntu benivene then athi ekuseni ufuna imali singayilandela njani loo nto leyo. Ndehlelwe yiloo ngxaki kodwa ke ndayikhangela i-5,000 ndamnika kuba ndonqena uyeziseleni kodwa besivene. Enkosi.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I think it has been captured. PCM, please come forward. We will divide your 10 minutes to 3. You can start, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will only take 2 minutes and give my colleagues, Reverend Novuka and Nochina from the LGBTQI sector, and Reverend Novuka from from people living with HIV. My name is Bulelani Palezweni. I'm part of the Eastern Cape Men's sector. I serve as the district chairperson of BCM and also as the convener in the provincial structure of the men's sector. I've been given a question that reads, oh, let me greet first. Greeting to the speaker. Speaker is laughing at me because for the past how many years, I don't want to count, I've been fighting with her office for this parliament to sit. I think I have to thank her and Deputy Speaker Koboshiane for making this thing happen. Thank you. Greetings. Thank you. Greetings to the Premier as well. And I want to differ from everybody else who's been saying all protocol being observed. I think that phrase has been abused today. I will just say all dignitaries present here today are all recognized. Thank you. Two things that came to mind when I was given this topic, which reads, what educational programs does government provide to support unemployed men over 35? in acquiring new skills, new skills and accessing employment opportunities. There's nothing much that I'm going to say there. It's just a question that is being put forth. I think government will have to answer those two things. But I've got a picture of a man whose wife has got a building contract of 60 million because of the BBE, triple BE program. And a young man who has got a tender, who is his son, who is under 35, who also got a tender from government because he qualifies because he is youth. Now you've got this man who is sitting in his house, who is dispossessed of his power to provide as a father. The woman has got money, he is rich, she's getting tenders, and the young man is also getting tenders. I just want to paint a picture of how this man must be feeling and how this woman and this young son are looking at their father, who's supposed to be, according to how the world views men, who's supposed to be providing for this family. I'm done with that one. The second thing that I want to highlight today is the case of men whose partners have been violated by other men. When I do that, I want to highlight a case, a speaker, of Mrs. Lukanye Somtunzi Sikukula, who is an employee in the office of the Premier. She was raped in 2019 by two ugly men, two ugly, dirty men in 2019. Her case is still running even today. We're asking for you to help us. We do not understand these big terms in court, but this man was caught through the initiative of this woman. The system told her that we can't find this man. We're still looking for him. That's what he got from the SCPS and the investigator. Every day after she's finished with her work, she would drive around that area looking for this man herself. And then ultimately she saw this man and she informed the SAPS. And then they came and they caught this man. This man was caught before the DNA results came through. And then he got a bail, and he's been out all this time. But the results came and they matched this man more than 99%. And still this man was out. As I am speaking to you today here, this man was supposed to appear on the 5th of February 2025, and he never pitched because the previous court sitting when he was present, one man was sentenced to life for rape and killings and whatever else that this man was doing. So she wrote to me, and I want to quote, I could not attend on this particular day, but I've been supporting her and the husband. She wrote to me, Siyagoduka friend, ubhaqile lo mfo kwakhona as expected. I read this SMS and I was asking myself, I'm wondering what is happening inside her when she knows that the man that she went out of her way to go and find, now the system has lost him again. Also, she also sent me a few SMSs. I've been working with her, counseling her and the husband. There are days where the husband would wake up and not talk in the house. Every time this thing comes up, the man would just be quiet and not speak. There are days where the man would not be able to touch her when she willingly wants to be touched by her husband. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honorable members, I had to allow him to go on and on. I couldn't cut her because I thought it was very important for him to speak about this. Thank you very much, sir. Over to you, madam. Thank you.
Greetings to the Honorable Speaker and the members of the Parliament.
Oh, by the way, sorry, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, Honorable.
Honorable Speaker, this is Chinese. Yes. We've been asking who. All right, you can
Okay,
please do introduce yourself with that name.
Okay, my name is No China, the Xhosa one. I spell it in Xhosa, not the Hong Kong one, not the one that is written in toys and stuff. My surname is Kepe. I am from Lusikisiki, but I'm based in East London, in BCM. I am the chairperson of the LGBTI community or the LGBTI sector in the Eastern Cape. So some of us here do not understand even the LGBTI, what does that mean? I am the chairperson of the lesbians, gays, bisexual, transgender, intersex, queer, and asexual persons. So yeah, let me end there. Thank you so much for the committee to grant us this opportunity to come forward and state our views on the men's parliament or to express ourselves. I am going to speak isiXhosa because it becomes something that is not taken into consideration when we are talking about LGBTI issues because we're always speaking English, and when you go to our communities, we meet Ungosipa who do not understand the LGBTI, and they start to ignore the issues that are taking place in their areas. So, xa sithetha nge-LGBTI, sithetha nge-marginalized group. Ndiza apha kuni madoda ase-Eastern Cape, ndisiza ndiphethe isindululo ngesintu esithi sinesicelo sizi-LGBTIs esokuba kwi-forums zasekuhlaleni from district level, from local level, district to provincial level, sicela into yobana babandakanywe amalungu e-LGBTI kweza forums because you will never understand the issues eziphakathi kwe-LGBTIs if anibasondezi kuni. Nizawusoloko nisithi anikwazi ukubasupporta because you don't know them. You cannot support something that you don't know. So for us to support each other, we need to know each other. Okwesibini, kuthethwa nge-awarenesses and e-workshops and e-sensitization trainings. You cannot go to the community and raise the awareness without providing the sensitization training so that when you go outside, you know exactly what you are advocating for. Because for you to advocate, you need to be sensitized kuqala so that uyazi into yoba uthetha ngantoni na. So ndisondela kuni ke madoda ndisithi kwi-corners esikuzo siyayicela into yoba nivume nifumane i-sensitization training so that nizo-understanda ukuba abantu are diverse in many ways. Okwesithathu, kuthethwa nge-boys parliament. Sizi-LGBTI siyayixhasa i-boys parliament, but sicela ukuninika umphako madoda ase-Eastern Cape othi xa niyohlala nizawugqiba nithetha nge-boys parliament nize nicinge nge-transmen ukuba xa zisakhula sencinane zingamantombazana asanxiba iziketi because asephantsi kwabazali abakaphumela obala nicinga ntoni nangabo because nabo bazawuhlukunyezwa. Kwakhona ndiyacela apha kurhulumente, Honorable Speaker, ndiza nesindululo kuni bekhe kwakhankanywa umba we-funding apha that e-funding has pulled out and e-organizations that have been providing services for the LGBTI community members, to be specific, the trans men, abasazukwazi accessa those services. So bazawuhamba babheke kwi-public facilities apho bazawufika befuna their hormonal therapy, bafike bebuzwa uba bekutheni uzuqalisa uzenza indoda kwasekuqaleni. And once badiscriminatwe phayana ezikliniki ngurhulumente, because inesi ngurhulumente bazodiscriminatwa nangaphandle. Lastly, amakhosi, amadoda okanye otata abangamakhosi siyacela kwi-areas zabo into yoba mabasupporte abantwana regardless of into yoba wayi-LGBTI member okanye wayintoni, umntana ngumntana. There's this time yokuba kuyiwe kwi-initiation school where abantu where indoda or a boy is expected to go that route, iye initiation school. Not everyone want to go there. Not everyone is forced to go there. But we have an issue or an incident as an LGBTI community in Alfred Nzo, where a gay guy was forced to go to initiation school. This is not the first time we share this incident. And I will continue to share it up until Amadoda, as a Alfred Nzo, Amadoda, as a Eastern Cape, I take into consideration in the Obana Siabulausi LGBTIs. Lomdana wathatwa, wafoswa ngabanye abafana, bayomolusa ngenkani because we gay but indoda funeki bhekentaben, not onke amadoda bhekentaben. And not onke amadoda nxiba ibhatyi. Amadoda are different according to their areas, are different according to their provinces, are different according to izinto zabo abazicingayo. So bam circumciser, then after bam draga, bam circumciser, what to wake up after ixesha elithile, he tried to run away. They chased him, bamfumana, they beated him, they bent private parts zakhe up until he died. Nothing was done by Unkoswe area, nothing was done by Amadoda Oklala, nothing was done by a district or a province. So siyacela sisi LGBTIs, utata Unkosi Nonkonyana, uthe kwi statement sakhe, we need people who will be regarded as men. I have a question as a leader of the LGBTI community. What qualifications does a person need to provide so that as regards as a man? Ndicela ukunika lo mphako nze nisibuyele nempendulo. Thank you so much.
Manbulise endlini nonke. Greetings, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker. And so abuser nam diti protocol observed. Ndigunzuzo novuka mna suka PPCM. Ndinento ndithanda uyithetha iyandibhida because uyawufumanisa uba abantu andikwazi uprata. But kukho into ethi an Africans play jealous sum and friete. In English, live together in peace. NgesiXhosa hlalisanani ngoxolo. But I've got a question ansazi suit. And then into ezakenzeka into yokuba why can't we live together? Why? There is these questions is mhlambi ungasibona nje masihleli apha sibahle sithini sinyanzeliswe ngezi zitulo uba zisondele ibe ngathi singahlala sonke kakuhle but sifoswe zizitulo i-arrangement of sitting senze sikwazi ukuhlalisana whereas singakwazi ukuhlalisana. And that's my question uba why singakwazi ukuhlalisana. Into le nto sinyanzelisayo uba singakwazi ukuhlalisana, we label each other ngamagama since singakwazi ukuhlalisana. You know, into ethi akekho umfazi ozala indoda. Undimthandile uChina nje methetha apho noChina. Khange ayisebenzise into ethi abantu abangamadoda. Okoko esithi madoda ase-Eastern Cape. Ikhona imeko apho ufumanisa into yoba kukho ukwahlulwa. Kuthiwa abantu abangamadoda aphinda athi omnye xa ithetha yazi amadoda. But nithi into bube careful ke umuntu othetha njalo. Uphela umane uzibuza uba ndikweliphi na icala. But sazibuza sisodwa into yoba ndingumuntu oyindoda okanye ndiyindoda. Zifuna thina izinto ngamanye amaxesha sizijonge. Kodwa ke into endiyifunayo into eyi-one ethi make sizameni uhlalisana ngendlela entle. Uyazi ukuze abantu bade bancoma ukuze bancokole kufuneka kubekho udlomdlayo okanye kubekho isinyaka umfana ibe ngona bavanayo. Nkqiye uvana xa besopa bengatshayanga okanye batshayisane. Why? Akuvanwa emakhaya apha. Nangoku abantu banamawele, abanye bano-brother babo, bano-sister babo, banobani, but abavani. Sinida into yoba makhe sifundiswe ngothando. Eyona nto isenza into yoba sibe le nto siyiyo, uthando. Uthando asisenalo. Ubungathathwa umjita apha netsheri yakhe, umfazi nomyeni wakhe nabani, uthathe abo bantu, ubabuze uba what is love. Ungeva le mpi yasekhaya, yasebuhlanti uba ingathi yintoni uthando. Ukhala uthi we akwaziwa nto apha. Kunzima uthando. Kunzima. Kuthi umfo othile wayenonyana ababini, bayazi abantu beBhayibhile. Kulapho siboniswa a loving and caring father. Akho mama phaya. Kuthethwa ngendoda. Uba singakhe sibuyele lithandweni lethu. Ezinye izinto asinawuzenza. You know, sinidi into yoba ngothina ke sihambe kuyathethwa nge-initiation. Ke sibe ne-campaign ethi M at M, that is men at matric. Makhe abantwana bethu ke sibaphushe bathi beqala uyokoluka at least baqale at matric. Because ukuba ukamqalisa ku-6 kukhumshwe.
Point of order. Ndiyaqwalasela mani BCM igqithile kwixesha layo bani bakuthi and ndiyafuna sicacisele uba sifike njani kuloo nto leyo.
Okay, thank you, sir. I had indicated earlier on that I had to allow utata ebethetha ngesasehlo uba adlule ngemizuzwana ethile. But even apart from that, as a hosting district, we had allocated an extra minutes to the sorry, as a hosting district. I'm not sure which district you are from, sir, but I know when we go to Chokabi, to Alfred Nzo, to what, as they will be hosting at that time.
Discrimination
No, it's not. They will definitely allocate extra time. But he's only left with 1 minute. Then uzawugqiba masosinyamezelane.
Uxolo Chair.
Yes.
I think kodwa kubalekile Chair into ba sizijonge ne topic ezibalulekileyo. Ibalekile nto thethwa ngayo. Noko esi speaker singasinika noba yenye 5 minutes. Ibalekile nto thethwa ngayo Chairman. Enkosi.
No, zonke zibalekile. Andifuna sibuyele kulaa discrimination ekathetha ngayo utata. Zonke ezi topics zithethwe ngazo apha zibalekile. Andifuni kube ngathi mhlawumbi yena uzawukongezelelwa kuba kutheni. We will stick to the minutes besiz allocatile for EPCM. Masigqibezele tata, enkosi.
Thank you. Andizuthetha kuyo yonke le nto ithethweyo. Kodwa ke ndifuna ukuthi eyona nto makhe siphiwe ithuba singamadoda khe sizenze amadoda khe sizijonge sizifune khe sibu-interprete obubudoda ngokunokwethu. The question of what is a man okanye iman uthini khumshwe makhe ke siyekwe siphiwe ithuba khe size nayo lento singamadoda sibuyele sizirepositione ngokunokwethu and then I know ezinye izinto ziza kwenzeka because ngoku kubhlungu into yoba ucimbu zakho lusumntana efunda ustandard 6 akaphinda abuyele phaya makhe sibe nento thina siyidrayivayo at least sincedise ukuba at least ngoku umntana siyabaza abantwana bethu bazawukwazi because ziphushele into yoba a better future for men now.
Ngosi tata.
Ngosi.
I will quickly call upon Chokabi district, and we only have one speaker from Chokabi. You have been allocated 10 minutes, Tata Mfundisi, and your 10 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Sekela somlomo wendlu wisomthetho mandibulise usomlomo walendlu mandibulise okanye ndiqaphele ubukho buka chairperson we civil society yalphondo uMr Melikhaya Lusithi Mandibulise uProfessor Udyas, ndibulise uMr Ndesi ecaleni kwakhe. Mandibulise wonke umuntu ongaphakathi kule ndlu ngelihle igama lalo wasifela ubuya wasivukela ngeyesu Kristu inkosi yethu. Amen. Ndithunywa yiJoe Gqabi. Asenzanga mpazamo into yoba ndize ndedwa. Asisarhelani izitulo sithembene. Eneneni ke somlomo kunye nendlu yonke iphela. Umcimbi esixoxa ngawo apha ubulala isizwe siphela. Yilonto ke ndithe phambi kokuba ndithethe ndabaleka ndaya kwizibhalo ezingcwele. Kula ncwadi yendumiso ngama-77 ngomqolo we-10 ndide ndithi ke sisifo sam esi. Imbangi yoba ndikhethe le vesi yinto yoba side sibe siyavuma uba siyagula sizawukwazi ukunyangwa. Kodwa uba qho simane sikhomba abanye ecaleni sithi thina siphilile sibe sisifa, asizukwazi ukunqandana. Mhlambi ke kuba ndisiye epasikeni ngoba imiba endiyibhalelweyo yiJoe Gqabi 7. Eyokuqala sithi siyiJoe Gqabi amadoda ayalinida uncedo kakhulu. Alimela amadoda. Amanye into ebuhlungu into yoba alimele engabanyangi. A wounded healer. Ngoba kunzima into yoba indoda ithi ndiyahlukunyezwa ngoba izawujika ihlekwe. Abantu ke bayathanda into yoba nithulele ntoni ningathethi. Will Smith wase-America wathetha useyintlekisa nangoku. Kunabaninzi abazibuleleyo kuba bathetha kwahlekwa. Kodwa ke somlomo nendlu iphela sizocela siyiJoe Gqabi into yokokuba makubekho iinkundla zamatyala zabucala ezikhethekileyo zokujongana nesifo. Akho ndimbi njengento yoba umuntu alale endlini nomuntu akhutshele iphephe kuthiwa i-protection order ajikalale naye endlini. Ngoba qho uba kusiwe ezinkundleni zamatyala, amatyala ayarhoxiswa ngoba kugcwele. Uba ngaba kuyakwazi ukwenziwa iinkundla zabucala for abantu abatya imali karhulumente kuthiwa uya kwi-special Watford court, yintoni enzima ningenzi i-special court for i-gender-based violence? Okulandelayo sekela somlomo. Yabona ingxaki esinayo ngoku kutyholatyholana. Makumiwe phaa kuthiwa yi-gender-based violence. Kodwa mayicaciswa kuza kuthiwa ukuhlukunyezwa koomama nabantwana. Aphi amadoda ahlukunyezwayo? Akho mntu uthetha nto ngetrauma ekukhuliswa ngayo abantwana. Hey, oomama bayabahlukumeza abantwana. Amke nekhadi lomntana legrant ayohlala nale Kapa ashiye umntana nomakhulu. Uzibuze ke into yoba yintoni umsebenzi ka-social development. Athathe ikhadi legranti lomntana ayohlala nalo.
Order, honorable members, from you.
Ayohlala nalo ekrexeni. Phofu ke lo mntana uyasapotwa nguloyise wohlukana nonina. Athi ngoke sapotwa njalo abe ngwevi ngathi nguyobhehlele ethuthwini. Akho mntu uthetha nto ngalonto. Cha into eyazwayo into kokuba abona abantu bahlukunyezwa kakhulu ngomama. Kho mntu uthetha nto ngokuhlukunyezwa komntana ngunina. Sicela elasebe lozokuhlaliswa kwabantu kakuhle, u-social development. anze indawo ezikhethekileyo zento yokokuba makuthiwe nali ixhoba lohlukunyezo angayenzeli isini esithile kodwa yenzele wonke umuntu ohlukunyezwayo akwazi into yoba lo mzuzu eligongqongqo lingekavalelwa abeyobekwa kulaa ndawo ikhuselekileyo. Mawujonga ezinye zabantu ukusweleka nokulahleka kwamanina ufumanisa into yoba lo muntu emveni kwexesha kufumanisa uba ngulaa mntu wayemvulela ikheyisi engazange ihambe le ndawo, ngoba ezinye zixoxa andixolela amaqwathu kodwa ezinye zixoxa isiqwathi ikheyisi zibe ziserious. Angabi nantloni amapolisa uthi hayi godkani niyoyixoxa, uxoxa njani ikheyisi nomntu ebethe ndiza kubulala. Sicela phaya emapoliseni kubekho indawo ekhethekileyo esebenza iintsuku ezisixhenxe evekini iiyure ezingama-24 apho ezawuthi umntu makesithi ndilixhoba lohlukunyezo kuthiwa yiya kulaa mnyango ngqo angafoli nabanye abantu. Ngoba ilitsho into yoba ufola umntu ade aphelelwe ngumsindo. Ngoba sefikile epolice station ufika kuthiwe iveni ekhoyo inye nalo veni inye kweza dolophi zifana nale ndihlala kuyo eJamestown ikwiplasi eli-120 kilometers kwi-gravel road. Naw lo mntu ufuneka alindele eveni inye izawuphinda imkhapha imselokishini avele abone into yoba ndiyozela. Okulandelayo uLikhwa Board makasincede. Andiyazi ke kubantu bowisomthetho okanye kubantu abaqulunqa umthetho into yoba mawuzawunika umntu ilayisensi yothengisa utywala yinto lijongayo kuye. Zonke ezinye mawuzawunika ilayisensi yompu ufuneka uyojonga into yoba awunabudlobongela yonke le nto, kodwa heyi ingathi ngamagwinya ashushu ezotywala. Laa nto kuthiwa i-compliance ayenziwa. Ulala indlu kusithiwa ihlala abantu uvuke kuthiwa kukwamama iyandichaza kujayivelwe isibanini. And in most years cases gender based violence mna mntu kwe oseve ixesha elide kwi-CPF zenzeka makubuya kwezi ndawo zolonwabo. I-most ye-rape esasinazo kwelaa cala kumasipala awusithi ozijonga zenzeka ekuzenkusa makuvela kweendawo. Sicela ke uba sifuna ukuncedisana kuliwe nayo yonke le nto sicela i-NPO nee-NGOs zifandwe ngokwaneleyo. Siqaphela into yoba amasebe karhulumente abantu abaphangelela urhulumente bandixolele kodwa bayonqena. Akonqena unontlalontle kusithiwa nantsi ikheyisi serious athi andinamoto zibe zibhakwe phaa. Aqashwe umntu kwarhulumente eqashelwe into yoba uzawudrayiva athi andinayo i-authority yoqhuba ebeqashelwe ntoni. Kodwa bangabi i-NGO nee-NPO ziyanikwa i-funding enough into yoba ziwenze lo msebenzi sizawukwazi ukuncedisana nabo. Eyogqibela ke sekela somlomo ayaphela amadoda ezandleni zomama. Enisizwe sithe cwaka. Alvani kulo nyaka ophelileyo kunepolisa umntu omthetho owahlatywa i-girlfriend yakhe etshayisa enxibe i-uniform. Into emnandi ke nathi madoda siphakama kakhulu makusithiwa not in our name. Kodwa sike siphakame sithi stop killing us. Elo polisa labulawa lashiya umntana omncinci lashiya abazali bebexhomekeke kulo. Intlungu into yokokuba wafunyana umbulali eseserumini kodwa kukho amarhe namahumumu ento yoba ikheyisi yachithwa. Andazi ke nento yokokuba sikhuthaze isizwe sinjani. Kuneekheyisi ezininzi esizaziyo zento yokokuba umntu avumelane nomntu. Yabona ke i-trap le nto ngoba ngonditshate ndinxibe eliqukunya uba uliso lomzu ke wathi andimani nalo wakhe uthi cenga okanye uthi yeka enkosi.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nkosi Mfundisi. What is the hand for?
A privilege, Slaloman. Just,
Is it a question?
it's a submission because, yes, it districts, there's Katie, was our present about, but there were presentations here and submissions. Now, kukhona izinto esibona ukuthi zibalekile ukuthi sizisubmit apha. Xa sesilapha after these presentations, just less than a minute, Slaloman, a privilege.
I think the chairperson that was, the presiding officer that was here before me made it clear that there is a submission, there is a way in which submissions will be made in writing. So I think let's rather use that platform, because if I allow you, then another person will also say, will also want to his or her submission through le nyoba ndizabe ndiyivulele wena. So let's rather use lega presiding officer EBCT. There will be ikhona inyoba evuliweyo for written submissions.
Bensebenza nje la nyoba ethi. This session is about us deliberating on the issues, especially about the state of man in the Eastern Cape. Just few things.
I agree with you.
Thank
But we are also guided by standing rules. Remember, it's a parliament. So we can't just, we are guided by the standing rules. That is why, sinayo nala nyoba yoba, there must be indlela written submissions as a because we appreciate the fact that we cannot allow everyone. You see, even there, ukwabantu abakhalelayo submit, of which yabona naba sebephakamisa izandla ngoku uyayibona. So let's rather do the written submissions. Thank you very much.
Xolo kancinci Sihlalo, mina bengicela nje into yobana khona i-statistics esisipresentiwe ngu-Prof Zuma, if ngikhumbula kahle.
The presentation.
Yes,
Okay.
especially statistics, because I think singakwazi usisebenzisa when we are going back to districts or
Yes.
local municipalities, indlela osifumana nje statistics.
Yes.
Enkosi.
Thank you so much. No, we will make sure that everyone that is here, we are ifumana la presentation so that it's cascaded down to districts. Thank you very much, sir. We are now moving to part 3, which I believe is the last part, where we will get responses. We are now going to invite Honorable Jacqueline Nzisabira, who is the regional policy specialist representing the United Nations. She will be joining us from the virtual platform. Thank you very much. I'm sure she will be going live soon.
Chairperson, I just want to check whether you can hear me.
Yes, you are audible, ma'am.
Great.
Thank you
Thank
so
you very much. I wanted to greet the House and standing on all protocol. If you allow me 1 second to close my door, there's lots of noise.
Asimlindeni usavala icala. You may proceed, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And kindly let me know whether you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen, ma'am. Thank you.
So it's an honor and a pleasure to be in your midst. Unfortunately, I heard some of the participants mention it, that it's unprecedented times. We are not allowed to travel because of the many financial constraints that have been happening. So hence why we could not be with you physically, but we are together with you as you deliberate on these very important issues. I'm not going to talk about anything new. I followed the presentations and most things were really elaborated on. Just to mention that in the fight for gender equality and fighting the scourge of GBV or HIV that is related to gender equality, effectively engaging men is crucial and is key. We have seen that in the past, we used to actually speak to ourselves, talk amongst women alone, and that does not answer the issues. And effectively engaging men works. We have seen it work. South Africa has tried many working models, including what UN Women has been associated and partnered with in the He for She community model, which seeks to engage men for men and boys for community transformation. And the reason why we say that this is key is we saw that all these symptoms that I heard you speak about, the gender-based violence, the issues at the initiation schools, issues of judicial issues that I was listening to very keenly, we saw that they are mere symptoms. The actual drivers of the symptoms are deep-rooted structural drivers of inequalities, which is what actually we need to work on and work together to address in order to totally redress gender inequalities, hence eradicating all the symptoms. So we speak about the problem tree when we say that when you see, for example, something that is very rife, the substance abuse, when we see increased teenage pregnancy, we quickly run to respond to the symptoms, but we don't pause to ask ourselves, why are teenagers pregnant in the first place? Why are teenagers in the taverns drinking with old and grown people? So those will be answered by these that we have categorized in 4 big groups, which is the issues of power imbalance, issues of lack of respect to human rights, issues of economic dependence. And here I even say that we should add harmful economic dependence, because economic dependence is normal. We know we grew up in families where we all depended on our fathers. And we have, even till now, we have people depending on us economically. But when it starts being harmful, like for example, when that economic dependence is used as a tool to abuse, that's what we need to seek to redress. Issues of harmful social and cultural norms. And here I want to caution us. Every time people hear about harmful social and cultural norms, they jump on traditional norms. That's not so true, because it's also norms that institutions have brought. Like, for example, the example that was given of the court is a very clear one. It's bad practices that become norms of institutions or of communities, which drive inequality and drive vulnerability. So as UN Women, we recognize that social norms are key if we are to address these issues, hence why we need all opinion leaders, and we know men actually are big opinion leaders when it comes to communities. So UN Women proposes definitions of social norms that I'm not going to repeat here. The presentation will be with you so you can go through with it. But it looks at the structure of relationships between people and social institutions, and looks at how that then prescribes the relationships between men and women in relations to the various social institutions. For example, the household, the family is an institution. How are the relationships regulated in that institution? In other words, social norms shape what is to be done, how it is to be done, who does it, and who benefits from it. So if we can unpack in those 4 major groups, then we can start understanding how relationships norms affect the outcome, which is in this instance talking about gender inequalities, GBV, and all the other social ills. And we also recognize that there are like 4 types of institutions. And in this, when we are looking at these issues, we need to look at all the 4 types. Oftentimes we find that we are very quick to judge the state, or very quick to judge big institutions such as parliament. But we forget that, for example, an institution such as the family holds a lot when it comes to norms transformation and norms setting. So we have the family, we have the community is key. Hence why we always say that the community should be the center of response, not top down, but rather bottom up. Another one is religion that we don't really look at, but we have started doing this, and I was glad to note that in your midst the presence of Prof. Diasi. And I recall very well some good work we're starting to do together on addressing religious and cultural leaders on setting positive norms that encourage equality and respond to HIV. The marketplace is another one that we don't often look at. Very few private sector entities are being interacted with or interested in this discourse. I was, for example, pleasantly surprised to see a program that APSA has on in effectively engaging men. And I think those are the kind of stakeholders we need in order to totally transform our norms. So I will put here, based on this, what we think within UN Women should be the theory of change. It's looking at transforming individuals whose mindset, practices, and behavior are changed, who will then transform their households, and who will then influence their communities, and supported by transformed institutions, adopting a holistic approach in order to actually have changed communities which will foster better relationship between men and women. So that's the theory of change. And then we say we first start by shifting narratives, changing a tangible change in lived realities, looking at the strength of countervailing powers and a prevailing parity. So these are the measuring the social norms change in a community or in an institution. And of course, we are ready anytime any institution is willing and wanting us to partner in order to put these in practice. I want to give the example to finish. I want to give the example that we have in South Africa. South Africa, UN Women partnered with civil society to pilot a program called the He for She Community Model that looks at effectively engaging men in their traditional settings. So it was run in 7 provinces in South Africa and run in places like taverns and churches. So we said, let's go to find men where men are, because you'll be surprised that when you find men where they are and you speak their language, they are actually the biggest change agents in their own community, and they are very willing, not only to transform themselves, but to transform their communities. So it worked so well that we even exported the model to the neighboring countries. It is now also in Botswana, in Lesotho, Eswatini, and Namibia, even in Zimbabwe and Malawi. The model has reached there. So the program works with men in opinion-forming settings and aims to transform their views, their mindset, their behavior and practices in order to change the toxic masculinity. And you find that men themselves start challenging themselves on what is it that it should be done in order to change the narrative in their communities. And we've seen many very positive results. We have some cases in Sobantu in KZN where men are doing amazing work from the taverns. They started with 1 tavern, now they have more than 50 taverns that are changing the narratives in their neighborhood. So it's been very successful. And we started a new good program, as I mentioned earlier, with Prof. Diasi and other committed leaders on working with traditional leaders settings. And we have exported this as well in Botswana and expanded to Lesotho and Eswatini in 2022. It is also yielding very positive results. So this is just a photo of a dialogue in a tavern, and then these taverns that are transformed, the individuals get transformed, the patrons get transformed, and a tavern that transforms then signs a pledge. This is an example of the pledge that says that this tavern sets a set of criteria that is fostering safety, that is fostering equality, is then this pledge is put on a door or on the wall of this tavern. And these tavern owners, even in places where we are no longer operating, like in Klerksdorp and others, they continue working very well. So here is a model we had tried to work on in that initiative with the traditional leaders. We thought, since these he for she dialogues happen in communities almost on a monthly basis, like 2 or 3 dialogues, whatever they come up with should infuse into, I was going to say that the Men's Parliament is such a great opportunity and a great vehicle for transformation, actually. This could inform what happens in the district's main parliament, and this could then feed into the provincial parliament, and which in turn informs the national parliament. And this could actually influence policy and programs, which will in turn again feed into the dialogues at the community level. As you can see, this could be a very positive way of totally transforming norms at the community, at the district, at the province, and the national. And with that, CERDS, men and boys are partners in changing and transforming our communities to make them safer, better, and more successful and resilient. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We are very much honored to have you as part of our session. We thank you very much for making time. We know that you have a very busy schedule, but you have taken time to honor the invite. We highly appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable members, we are now going to invite Mr. S. Ndesi, who is the General Secretary for Men's Sector, who is going to be tabling the resolutions of this parliament. Yeah. We are not here to just do the talk show. We have resolutions, and they are going to be tabled, and you are going to endorse them. And then
Thank you, Sitting Chair. All protocols observed. Back in 2018, it was the 13th of November. The current speaker was co-chairing the Eastern Cape AIDS Council. We initiated Men's Parliament back then with the help of the former Premier, Otatu Moswale, the then Deputy Speaker, Otatu Mlibo Koboshian. There was a sitting of a Men's Parliament in the council chambers in PE. We are grateful, ma'am, that you are still here 7 years later, and your dream has been realized because our wish was to be here in this house. So we are grateful that you have allowed us as men of this province to be hosted in this house. I remember you said on the meeting before the parliament, "Stop that man," because I was saying, as men, we are head of the households, and you proven me wrong on that day. Thank you very much. Kuwe Nkomo siyakubulela busekhona uyibona le mini yanamhlanje. Siyakhumbula uba wawuthwithile wathi 120 men in one room. I-reactions abantu abangosisi zabankulu. Siyabulela. Siyazikhumbula ezo mini. In this month, nationally, we are going to celebrate a World TB Day. The province is going to celebrate the World TB Day as national is going to do that. Most people are dying of TB. Nationally, even in the province, is one of the opportunistic infections that are killing men. So as we are going around working for betterment for tomorrow, I think Prophet stated it clearly that men should visit e-health facilities as soon as bangaziva mnandi, because we are dying of so many diseases, because uthi une STI uyazi buqhanile ngaphambili kodwa uthi unomlenze. So it's important that when you are not feeling well, qiniseka into yoba uya eklinikhi. And ndiqinisekile into yoba all speaker from the districts, if they are here, they can see that men are having so many issues that they need to go into their respective districts and speak about those issues. Inyaniso manene lena yindlu yowiso lomthetho, i-legislature. So the issues that we need to discuss here, befanba siyaqhosha. Yiyo ke lonto sithi, Speaker, please assist us to activate Women's Parliament in the districts so that we can discuss such issues and come here. My role is to table resolutions. One thing that you need to understand when it comes to resolutions, don't think we'll take your point, but we can consolidate as per point. We as the participants in the Commonwealth Women Parliament, Women Men's Parliament, Eastern Cape chapter of the CPA sub-branch gathered at Raymond Mhlaba Chamber, Bishop, Eastern Cape on the 13th March of 2025. These are the resolutions that we have taken as this House. Having critically interrogated in the importance of role of men in raising their voice and taking action to create a society free of gender-based violence and femicide, seeking to find solution to issues related to femicide and gender-based violence have got to be confronted with the necessary vigor. Noting that the future of harmonious and prosperous society is possible without gender equality and should be achieved. Resolved to encourage men to commit to working to prevent gender-based violence and to be advocates of society free of gender-based violence and femicide. Noting that South Africa has adopted the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, which set out measures decisively deal with gender-based violence and calls for men to be against gender-based violence and femicide. We therefore resolve as follows. There must be a promotion
and prioritization of educating men from a very young age to respect women. There must be an interactive approach to resolve gender-based violence and femicide, taking multi-pronged approach from an individual and interpersonal, societally, at community level. That all state and non-state actors should develop programs for men dealing with the scourge. That a long-term plan to be developed with resources allocated to the plan in order to have a future in the society that we desire, that is free from gender-based violence and femicide. We must strengthen education about human rights, women's rights by the state and institution of civil society, religious organization, and the media. Every platform should be used for clear messaging about gender equality and gender-based violence. We must ensure that existing policy reporting mechanisms are strengthened and sufficient space is created to further scrutiny of available information for the advancement of gender equality and women leadership in general. The implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide must be included in the plans of all organs, states, and should be monitored annually. And the district and they must make sure that they develop implementation plans to implement the strategic plan. Our organization, the movements and institutions must recognize that the gender-based violence is a pandemic that needs urgent intervention and multidisciplinary team of professionals to counsel learners both a preventative strategy to deal with specific cases. Efforts of international solidarity against GBV must be supported through platforms such as CWP, that this parliament must resolve to establish men's forums in each department across all districts and local municipalities and district municipalities to make sure that they establish a district men's parliament and local men's parliament to discuss issues that are affecting men on issues of gender-based violence and health. That all these must have a common program of action whose implementation must be reported on the next 12 months. So as Deputy Speaker has alluded that this is not a talk shop, we must make sure that at the end of the day, we are here in this house again to check how far that we have come. Establish the boys' parliaments to create a platform to address issues of pertinent to this sector, such as sodomy, rape, death of initiation, in initiation schools, and among others. We request a boys' parliament, not a youth parliament. Introduce peace studies in school in curriculum to raise caliber of emotional disciplined young men and boy children with the ability to resolve life challenges, so that when we are accounting issues, we must not commit suicide, but we must be well mannered enough to understand. Restore illegitimacy and respect of traditional institutions as they play a significant role in shaping men's role in society and in our communities. That all men must take an active role in presenting male initiation deaths, not leave it to those who are responsible for botched circumcision. All men must act, prevent deaths, and participate in the initiation forums in their localities and district. Hosting regular meetings, summits, and consultative sessions at district level for coordination of men's issues in each and every government sphere.
There must be resources allocated, including adequate funding, to support the programs. The Commonwealth Women Parliament chapter of the Eastern Cape and the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association sub-branch lobby for the establishment of Men's Forum and Men's Parliament in the African region. I think we have heard the speaker, CPA from Zambia. He was clearly stating that it's important that we make sure that we establish this Commonwealth Women and Men Parliament chapter. We resolve to ensure that the resolution are tabled and passed in the provincial legislature according to the legislature must follow up on the implementation of the resolution, report back on the status of the implementation. The Premier of the province, the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of the legislature have been elected as the patrons of Men's Parliament in this province. I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Nopala. Honorable members, those were the resolutions of our Men's Parliament. I therefore put the resolutions. By show of hands, just by show of hands, you will be indicating that you are agreeing to these resolutions and therefore they will be implemented as such. I put the resolutions. All right, everyone is agreeing to the resolutions. I now call upon the chairperson of the CWP, Master Andy, who has made it sure that this parliament does convene. This is as per the resolution of the CWP, which she is the chairperson of. She has traveled from a number of countries around the world, representing us as the Eastern Cape chapter, together with as the Eastern Cape sub-branch, together with the Speaker. She is the one that is going to deliver some closing remarks on behalf of the CWP. Her name is Honorable Nyalambisa, the chairperson of the CWP Eastern Cape chapter. Thank you. Over to you, Mashwa.
Thank you, Program Director. Program Directors, Honorable Premier in absentia, Speaker, the President, CPA, Eastern Cape Sub-Branch, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Chairperson, CPA, Eastern Cape Sub-Branch, Honorable Speaker of Gauteng, the Chief Whip of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, the Chairperson of Contralesa Eastern Cape, our esteemed presenters who are part of the program, the executive of the CWP and CPA, members of the provincial legislature, participants from the district and metros, our guests, manene nani manenekazi, molweni ngalemva kwemini. Program Director undithume into encinci okokuba mandize apha ndizokuthi siyabulela egameni le Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature and CWP chapter kubo bonke abantu abayenze le mini yanamhlanje yanempumelelo ukusukela kwasekusekweni kwayo kude kube namhlanje. Kuthiwe ke Program Director linye lithi enkosi. Program Director, we meet here in 2025 dealing with a pandemic that is gender-based violence and femicide, turning our nation into a war zone against women and children. Often we would want to say we want to imagine a future in 25 years from now. This will take an idealist approach, which we hope to see. We must pause and ponder what the world would look like in 2 decades and a half from now. Our reality, however, should push us into action, combat, mitigate, resolve, eradicate, and prevent the human catastrophe caused by the violence on one mankind to another. Ngamanye amazwi, Program Director, simele sizibuze umbuzo othi, singenza njani ukwenza ilizwe nehlabathi esizawuthi silibone lithatha amanyathelo ngemiba yokuhlukunyezwa kwabafazi nabantwana. We should be able to forecast what the world would look like and through our action shape our future. Men as partners should take a lead in helping shape that future. We should not be pre-active nor reactive in our approach. Sorry, Chair. For it is both undesirable and self-defeating to take such approaches exclusively. Pre-active action is taking that approach that sees the future from the lens of the present, while reactive action is using hindsight to plan. An interactive approach is one that is all-encompassing and with its plans shaping the future as we go along, but surely steering it to the life we desire. Program Director, ndivumele ndimemelele onke amadoda ndisithi sukujonga ecaleni phikisa ukuphatha gadalala. Nanjengoba umgomo wethu usitsho usithi, don't look away, act against abuse. Honorable Program Director, on behalf of EC Commonwealth Women's Parliament yase Eastern Cape, eneneni mandithathe ndibulele lithuba. Ndibulele ngokukhethekileyo ku chairperson we House, the Speaker, ongu President we CPA. Ndibulele kumalungu executive we CWP. Ndibulele kumalungu executive we CPA. Ndibulele kumalungu executive onke na CWPA iyonke. Ndibulele kuminxeba yethu esithe sayisebenzisa our broadcast esiyesenza ukuqhakamishelana ngawo lo msebenzi siyesanawo namhlanje khona ukuze onke amadoda abe akwazile uthatha inxaxheba ukuze sizowuphicotha okokuba singasilwa njani esisikolo se-gender based violence and femicide. Ngokukhethekileyo, Honorable Program Director, ndivumele ndibulele uchampion Speaker Honorable Mbonyana okwazileyo uprovide a leadership to our support staff. Today you are here ngenxa ye-young women Imbokodo, Honorable Mbonyana. Honorable Program Director, mandibulele our sponsors, especially Old Mutual, othe naye wafaka isandla xa siwenza lo msitho. Program Director, ndingatyanga xesha lakho, kodwa ndinayo into ethi make ndiphose ndithi, I'm confident that through our collaborative efforts, we'll be able to change this world to become a safe place to live for all. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mashweme. Ndizawunikela nje ke ngoku kunobhala wendlu yosomthetho ozawusinika ke ngoku ingxelo yokubana xa sisuka apha siyapi.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker. There were resolutions that were tabled here. Ndifuna ke Chair, njengosihlalo we-CWP, ndiqinisekise ukuthi these resolutions that were tabled here, zizawufumana i-expression to all the committees that are relevant. Azuzuba zi-resolutions ezizawuphelela kwi-iPad. We'll try to implement the resolutions of this men's parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. As it was indicated earlier on, they will indeed find expression in all relevant committees of the House and subsequently the House at large. And thereafter, they will be definitely implemented, as this session is also part of implementation of resolution of the CWP. I will then call upon the Secretary to give us a few announcements, and then, yeah.
Nkosi, Sihlalo. Mine are just quick announcements before lunch. The presentations that were made here today, they will be shared in the WhatsApp group where we have been communicating, and those representatives then are requested to share with the relevant people from their areas. Then there are headphones that have been attached to your gadgets. We do want to urge that let us not take them when we leave. They will not work. Asebenzi kwenye into, asebenze phone. So please leave them. Come and apha bese kuthiwe kwathiwa men don't take what does not belong to them. So sicela nishiye, otherwise afuneka sizibhadalele ke ngoku ezo headphones. Then also in terms of lunch, there is this tags zethu zine barcode, rather zine color coding. There is yellow and then ezinye blue. The ones that are yellow are requested that they must go to they will go to the dining hall, no Kanime Thomas dining hall, as well as also to the members lobby. But the the ones that are up there, the protocol officers, you must go to the left side. Throughout that door, they will lead you to where you are supposed to go. Nalapa ezansi, all those, our guests, our honorable members, that if you've got yellow here, then the protocol officers then will lead you to that side. Then those that have got blue here, you will then from up there, gallery, Nizar exeter on the right, the protocol officers will take you to the various dishing stations. And also, nalapa bakhona take no blue up, you will be led by the protocol officers to that area. Siyacela, we've got 5 dishing stations. Asifuni congestion. You go to the area that you are being led to. Imenu iyafana, except for those that are taking halal, they've got also their specific menu that then they will then be taken to that dishing station. Enkosi.
Thank you very much, Secretary. This then brings us to the...
Sihlalo. Sihlalo. Ndibhekisa apha kunto kunobhala as a leadership of disability sector. Ndifuna uqonda ukuba because ndive xa uthetha engathi kukho apho sizawunyuka khona kwathini. Ingaba na asizuchanakala thina abangakwazi uhamba.
No. Anizuchanakala tata. Yonke into ilungiselelwe ngendlela njengoba kutshuba kukhona i-protocol officers. Zizawuguide wonke umuntu uba kuhamba ngeyiphi na indlela. Yeah, let's just let's just remain seated until kuphume bonke abanye abantu, then you will be ushered to indawo ekuyiwa kuyo.
No, actually, I was not asking for myself, but the whole sector of disability.
All right, thank you, sir. Sifikele esiphelweni ke nihambe kakuhle ke bese nibulela Nkosi.